Hi Abjit. Hi Niranjan. Good morning.
Hi Ravi, hi Niranjan. Good morning to everyone.
Hi, good morning.
Hi Niranjan, this is Abhijit here. Good morning. Hey Niranjan. Hi Niranjan. Hey, we are not able to hear you, Niranjan.
Yeah, Abhijit, are you able to hear me?
Yeah. Hi, good morning.
Morning.
Hey, so Niranjan, yesterday I think something went wrong at your side, right, with the network?
Yeah, so it
In
was
the evening.
down and I was not able to
Oh,
connect again.
okay. So are we kind of extending our training today by an hour or so?
Actually, we have almost done yesterday. Performance tuning is what was left, for which I have created a document. So I will go through it because when it comes to tuning, we need to know what needs to be tuned and what is the benefit of changing that particular parameter, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that document I have already prepared, and it you can use it in production, and you can keep on adding it whenever you get through that. So we'll see if required, we will extend it. Right?
Okay. Acha. And the other thing is, so today our focus would be mainly on security, right?
Okay, we'll
Sentry,
start with
Kerberos.
this few things which are left, like Flume and Kafka for real-time
Uh-huh.
injection, and
Uh-huh.
then we'll move to security.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So I
Fine.
have already prepared lab also for Flume, which is step by step.
Uh,
That actually you can implement post session because steps are pretty clear there.
okay. Okay. Fine.
Flume Kafka is there which we have to discuss, and steps I will go through because again I have taken that Twitter example in Flume. So
Mm-hmm.
you can do it offline, creating creating required resources at Twitter and then using it in your Hadoop.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Niranjan, one request. While creating a we want to create a configuration file on your Cloudera manager from the CLI.
What? Can you speak louder?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anil, your
So,
voice is breaking.
hello?
Yeah, Anil.
Yeah. So I'm saying we wanted to create a configuration file for Flume only from the Cloudera manager, not from the CLI, because we are not running any agent from the CLI. So as soon as the service will be start, the agent will be automatically start, right? So it will be great if you can create a configuration file for Flume from the Cloudera manager.
Yeah, so once we will install Flume from Cloudera Manager, those configuration files will automatically get created.
Okay.
Right?
No. Okay. So. Okay, we'll take a look.
Now, once your Cloudera Manager is ready and once Flume is installed, then you have to create source and send, right?
Correct. So that source and it needs to be created only from the Cloudera manager.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
We'll see whatever is possible from Cloudera Manager.
Yeah.
We will be doing it.
Okay.
So all are there?
I think only Ajay and Jitendra are missing. So we can wait for a couple of minutes and then we can start.
Okay.
Niranjan, we can start.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes.
Are you able to hear me? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So now if you see, we are going to talk about, real-time analytics, right? Now, real-time analytics is for streaming data. There are various options, and believe me, there are many frameworks which are coming up. It depends on what fits your, scenarios. So if you see, when we talk about Apache Flume is again a distributed service, and objective of this distributed service is to efficiently collect, aggregate, and it collects and aggregates moving data, right? So for example, you can say that if I want efficiently collecting, aggregating, and you want to move large amount of data to a particular centralized store, right? You can go and you can use Apache Flume. Now, where it is used in Hadoop scenarios, right? Now, it is widely used for transporting data into Hadoop, and not only into Hadoop. When I say Hadoop, it is HDFS or HBase, right? But very few people are aware about its analytics capabilities, and it is overlooked. So most of the people actually use this in order to just inject, right, streaming data. But it do have capabilities of doing analytics, right? But again, it is part of developers, so we have to see to what extent we'll be covering it, right? Now, if I want to define and if I want to talk about what are the benefits which are there, you can say that these are the significant advantages which you get over ad hoc solutions: reliable, scalable, manageable, declarative in nature, contextual routing, feature rich, and it is 100% extensible, right? So I will just narrow down my definition and I'll say that Flume is just a distributed service for transporting high volume streaming data from A to B, right? It's clear? So A to B is what I'm saying. So source and destination, you can say. Flume is robust and fault tolerant, and again Zookeeper can be used here, right? Not only that, Flume comes with capability of tunable reliability, right? And it comes with many failover and recovery mechanisms, right? Now, what is UNet? Here we are seeing event data. So what is event data, right? In Flume, a unit
Has
of
joined the
data,
meeting.
a unit of data is what is called as an event, right? And this event flows through one or more Flume agents to reach their destination, right?
Hello.
Okay, I'm not able to, I was on mute while speaking. Oh, sorry. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
I was on mute, so I have to restart. Fine. Let me be very no, short because I already spoke. I was defining Flume, and I said that Flume is a distributed service which can be used for transporting high volume of data, right? High volume of streaming data, right? From source to destination. Now here, few people are not aware, but I mean to say that it also provides you analytical capabilities, right? Flume actually comes with analytical capabilities as well, but it is overlooked many times, and people go with various other, approach of actually doing analytics on streaming data, right? But if you see, Flume has both capabilities. Now, what actually is event? Sorry. What is event? Now, when I say event, event is nothing but its unit of data, right? In Flume, unit of data is termed as event, and this event actually flows through one or more Flume agents to reach their destination. Now, these are some of the benefits which you can see here of Flume, but you will realize only once we know, right? Now, an event is fundamental unit of data which is transported by Flume from its point of origination, to destination, passing through various Flume agents, right? Now, what is agent? Agent is a Java process, that hosts the component through which event will flow, right? And components are combination of three important entities which we call as source, channel, and sink. So what terminologies are coming into picture here? We are talking about an event. We are talking about Flume agents. We are talking about source. We are talking about channel. We are talking about sink, right? So what is event? Event will be nothing but it will be a data segment which will contain payload and with optional headers, right? Now headers are specified as unordered collection which is in key value pair, where key being unique across the collection, right? Now headers can be used for contextual routing, I mean to say conditional routing. Is this clear? Fine. Now for example, if you see here, you have client, an entity that generates event and send them to one or more agent. For example, Flume log4j appender. Custom client also can be built using client SDK. You can have an embedded agent, an agent which is embedded within your application, right? What it does, it decouples Flume from the system where event data is consumed from, right? So typically what we need here is we need to identify the source, we need to identify the agents, we need to identify or build, or configure sink, right? And other components which actually enables transportation of event, which is nothing but data with optional header from one place to other place.
Niranjan, one question.
Yes.
When you say decouples, what does it mean?
Okay. Decoupling means, you see, you have a system, right, where event data is consumed. Fine. Now Flume is independent of it. Flume is decoupled, from that system. So that same Flume can serve others also, or you can use it for other source and destinations. So decoupling means it is independent from the system where data is consumed.
Okay.
So are you trying to say that we can use one single agent for multiple source, multiple things, multiple channels?
So when we go with client, actually it decouples Flume from the system, right? You can use it to one or more agents. So client actually decouples it. Client, you can say, creates a decouple layer, or it ensures that Flume is not, dependent on the system. Decoupling means independent. In case if there is change in the event data or the system where event data is being consumed, no change will be required in your Flume configuration.
So Niranjan, I'm actually, still not understanding what actually Flume does. So can you just explain in layman terms what does Flume do?
Yeah. So in layman terms, Flume is someone who takes responsibility of taking your, streaming data and putting it in, HDFS or HBase. That is what Flume does. In order to ensure that Flume is able to, handle streaming data flow between two destinations. I mean to say, when I say streaming, definitely there will be some source. It's not that you are picking up a file and you are putting it in HDFS. When I say streaming data, it will be Twitter stream, LinkedIn, or various other different logs with different type of streaming data which is getting created. Now you want a mechanism so that streaming data can be stored, on HDFS or on any other, destination. So you have to build an architecture which takes responsibility of transporting, high volume streaming data, right, from source to destination. Now, when we talk about HDFS and whatever we spoke, Hive, Pig or something, we were working on data which is not in motion. Here we are talking about data in motion, right?
So, in motion, in terms of continuously flowing
See, there
data
are two types of
from
data. One is data at rest and second is data in motion. Now, data at rest analytics will be different. Data in motion analytics need will be different, right? In case of data in motion, you would need real-time analytics, right? In case of data at rest, you don't need real-time analytics. You need historical, analytics. You need analytics approach which can be applied on historical data, on data which is already stored or present, and there is no data which is getting streamed.
So Facebook, Twitter is the real-time analytics data, right?
Yes.
Which is continuously flowing on
This
the
is
web
what is
portal.
the case of public, social media streaming, where you may have certain systems in your own architecture which may be streaming.
Yep. Okay. Got it.
Okay. In short, if I say, I can say that Flume is actually a stream processing framework, right?
Okay.
Fine. So you need to understand it in, again, in layman's terms. You can understand in this way that you have an external source, okay, from where data is being created, and you have some certain consumers who are consuming for analytics purpose, right? So you can say that you will have to build a Flume source that consumes data which is delivered to that source by external source, right? Now, when this Flume source receives data, it will take responsibility of creating the required architecture or infrastructure so that it can send to one or more say channel, right? So these are the terminologies which you can see here, which comes into picture.
Hey, Niranjan, are we going to do some labs on based on Flume or no?
Yeah, I have already built one, so we can we can try doing it with Twitter or something.
Okay, and remember you said the Kerberos also we will be doing sometime, because that's where we have most of the issues, in the sense whenever building the cluster is simple, everybody did it, everybody is good. When it comes Kerberos, that time we have issues. So are we going anything about Kerberos?
Kerberos installation, or issue is there when you use Kerberos installed in your cluster?
So when Kerberos is introduced, everything becomes difficult. Why I'm saying that is when you introduce new nodes, that time also what configuration needs to change on the Kerberos side. What are the best practices of creating the TTAB files, those kind of things. Or if you can even cover the architecture of Kerberos and how does it work, interact with the Hadoop cluster, that will definitely be helpful to everybody.
Yeah, that I'll be covering. So let's complete this, and I'm going to move on that only because as per agenda, that is where which is which will be pending after today's discussion, like security and then sentry and
Yeah,
things.
and other thing is, Abhijit, you can speak up here. These Flume, Hive, we are not going to use. We just need like 5-minute overview. We don't have to spend so much time on these. That's what is my. But Abhijit, you can take a shot here. What you feel, because we will not be developing. We will be just reviewing the config files through Cloudera Manager. We won't be even touching the files directly. I understand what you are saying, that we should know about the files and all that, but in practical, if we want to apply the knowledge, if we want to apply the training which we are receiving here, everything we are going to do through the Cloudera Manager. So I feel like the direction should be just take a brief overview of these tools and that's it, and then go back to administration piece. That's what I
so
feel.
Actually, when we talk about administration, I am not sure what all components will be administrating. But when you go and administrate Flume, or when you go and want to see performance and others, these are also going to be. Anyway, it is your call. Which whatever you say, I will adopt that approach.
Yeah, no, there are so many things with respect to administration piece itself. How do you do the dynamic resource pooling? How do you set up the static resource pooling? How our Impala daemons are work together? How the query is executed? Impala can itself take the one hold, and we have so many issues in Impala. Now those issues are resolved, but still, it's good to have a very good understanding of Impala. Resource manager, fair scheduler. There are so many things which are there. How to see the log, under what condition we should see what log, right? Because there are so many logs. Where to go? Or like suppose somebody report any issue, what is our troubleshooting approach? So these things will definitely help us. I like is what you're doing for Flume or Hive, but what I'm suggesting is we don't have to put so much time. We just give an overview and move to the station.
Okay, so let's follow the same approach what you suggested. We'll have an overview.
Yeah, so Niranjan, I think the content that we have shared with you, I think it actually covers what Ajay is telling, regarding the dynamic pooling, fair scheduling, security. So basically, we want to spend more time understanding how the security works within Hadoop on Kerberos. So if you can spend more time on that, and also spend some time telling us how we should be troubleshooting the logs that we have in Hadoop, because most of the time what happens is during issues we have to go and check the logs, and most of the time it is not clear to us what it means within the log. So we have to go back to Cloudera, raise case with them, and then troubleshoot. So it would be good if you can spend some time with logs and security today.
Okay. So what I'll do, I'll give you break of 10 minutes so that I can, retune my content and start again. So take a break of 10 minutes and I'll start with that. And then this Flume and Kafka and others, I will just take intro and I'll be sharing the documents. Okay?
Okay, thank you. Thanks for understanding, Niranjan.
So that's okay. I'll just retune. I need 10 minutes so that I can flush out few things from my brain and flush in few things and have a plan. Okay?
Sure.
Sure. Thanks. Hi Niranjan, we are back. Hey Niranjan, you there?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah. So what I'll do, I have opened up the agenda. If you see what was shared with us.
Okay.
This anyways we'll be doing once we move forward.
Yeah, so in the agenda we have basically written the topics that we want to kind of cover because we are
You are
facing
able
this
to
on
see
a
this?
daily basis. Can you? We are able to see. Yeah, so here if you see, we have specifically kind of mentioned security. Um, yeah, dynamic resource pool, resource pooling. So high availability we have already done.
These are there, right?
Yeah, understanding security. Yeah, so this part is very, very important for us. So if you can, spend more time on this today, it would be helpful.
Yeah, Niranjan, there are three types of security we are using because we are an HR company. So, you need to understand why security is important. We deal with people's social security number, their date of birth, and all kind of, So security is very much. So that's why there are multiple layers of security. So we have Kerberos, we have war metric, which is, what you call data at, you use a term basically. And we have your directory server, and then there is third layer. We have SSL also. So there are multiple layers of security we are using, which makes our environment really, really complex when it comes to security. We can deal with issues, no problem. Like how the Hadoop, most of people in our group know. But when you come to the security piece, they all needs to work together, and that's where most of us get confused. So how Kerberos and Warmetric will work together? How Kerberos and you are creating like SSL on top of Kerberos? How they will work together? How they interact with the ADPs? How they on top of that we have these Unix servers which goes to E directory, right? These are HEL servers. They are not using AD. So how that will work? So that's where everything starts confusing. So if you want to take these tomorrow or when you feel comfortable, I want to give you also comfort level. Whenever you feel comfort, you can take your time and you can cover that part. It's not like you have to cover them today, but that is what my
So what I
understanding
want,
is, and where I will be you know
yeah,
paying
I
my
got to
attention how
understand this.
all these pieces works together.
Yeah, I got to understand this. So can we build a use case and that use case actually, I'll be trying to implement so that, it's clear to us. So first thing that you told me gives me indication that we need to understand installation and configurations of Kerberos, right?
Right, and how does it work
So
in
that is
a
the mechanism of
multi-cluster?
work and others.
Right. How
This is what.
how Kerberos basically is configured to use AD, because you have to create some trust, you have to run some trust commands, and that's how it basically, there is one-way trust we set up. So what is a one-way trust? How KDC, it's called Kerberos KDC and TGT, if you remember those terms, how they basically use Active Directory, which is what we use here for authentication. Like we have a domain called aonnet.am.net, and using that domain we request the Kerberos tickets. So how they both work together? Okay, there is there is something called data at rest, right?
Yeah.
So we are even basically making that secure using war metric. Okay, I'm forgetting the term, what term we use. So now the data is at rest is also secured using war metric. How do we do that basically? That's another thing. Then we have these unique servers. All our Hadoop servers are unique servers, right? And they have their own authentication mechanism, and which is used, which we call here is e-directory. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's
You call
where
it as what?
e-directory. E-directory is a novel component. E-directory is nothing but a directory server. So that's where all the Unix groups and Unix users go, and that's where we implemented this dynamic resource polling.
Okay.
So based on our Unix groups only, we associate like this much percentage of resources should go to this particular group, that group, right? So how that e-directory and Active Directory work together, because it's a very complex environment in terms of security. Oh, encryption, and last point is encryption also. So we use third level of encryption in our production. There are multiple levels of encryption you can use. TLS, I'm forgetting the names because I have been away with Hadoop for last couple of months. So, but you may understand what I'm talking about. You need to set up that level of encryption. It's called TLS level 3, which is what Cloudera recommends. How that whole thing fits into this whole scenario. So encryption in Hadoop basically.
You are able to see what I'm typing down?
Yeah, I was closed. My eyes were closed. Sorry, because I couldn't sleep today. That's why I was up whole night. I'm still feeling sleepy. Integration of data and encryption mechanism. You can write TLS.
Yeah,
No?
when we
TLS.
say encryption, it is a transport layer only.
Okay, so let's get configuration installation of Kerberos. Yeah, so and first point I would like to add one more thing. Say, what is KDC? You start with explaining why Kerberos, why we need
That is
Kerberos.
part of this, right?
Yeah, KDC, and what is TGT, ticket granting ticket.
Yeah, that is ticket granting ticket.
Exactly. So
that will come here. That's not a problem.
okay, good. And now they are talking on Anil, thank you. Now they are talking about replacing the third-party tools like which we have Warmetric with something called Gazang, which is a free tool offered by Cloudera, and we are working to make it work. Still, it is not in production, right? So, what is Gazang? Yeah, you can write down that also. So I don't know if you wrote war metric or no anywhere. Security data. Yeah. So number 4. You write there Gazang.
Gazang.
Gazang. Double Z A N G and Gazang. Yeah. And then comma war metric VOR V for violin. No, V for violin. Starts with war. V for violin. War metric. 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 Yeah. So how these two things fit into a Hadoop cluster? We are using this, and sometimes I myself got confused multiple times. When all these 7 or 8 things come together, it can confuse anybody actually.
Yeah.
Right, and these all we are using. Go ahead. No.
And basic understanding of a one-way, two-way trust relationship.
Yeah, what do we mean by one-way trust, two-way trust? you know. Uh, so the data flows, ID flows within a network, and when you use Kerberos, basically that's the safeguard we use. In actual, it's just theoretical, I know, but when it comes to an issue related to troubleshooting issue, I myself get lost.
Because it depends on lot of things, It depends on platform where you are installing. It
Yeah,
depends on
this
version also sometimes. If you are
no,
not
no,
using
no.
right version of Kerberos, right version of Linux, with right version of CDH.
Sorry, Niranjan, I want to stop you right there. Okay, so let me first clarify you. This everything is working fine in our class, no issues at all. But it
When
was
issue
set
comes.
by someone else. We inherited these clusters from someone who I think has left. Nick Karzumanis, he was the guy who basically he was an enterprise architect. He used Cloudera resources, and they all set up this, and we inherited, and now we have to support this, right? So whenever a new cluster setup comes up, we have to follow all these 7 points, and things get really confusing to us. So to answer your, everything is up to the date in terms of version. Everything is working perfectly fine, no issues. We have added new nodes 2 times in our production environment. Everything is perfect. But when you ask me question, okay, can you explain me how this whole thing, 7 things are working together? I won't be. I can explain you individually. Okay, how the Kerberos works, or how AD works, or how other thing works. But if when you ask me in a cluster, you have all these 7 or 8 things.
Yeah. Ajay, are you there?
We are not able to hear you, Ajay. Okay. Niranjan, one more point which is already there in the agenda is understanding the logs or troubleshooting analysis of the log files. So that is also one thing that we want to cover in detail.
So are these the topics?
Yep. Anil, Ganesh, if you want to kind of
Please add, no, so
modify
that I
anything.
can build accordingly.
I think we have covered. We covered almost everything.
Hey,
Has joined the meeting.
Hey, this is Ajay.
Yeah, Ajay.
Sorry. So I'm sorry, my network got disconnected. So what I was looking is, Niranjan, like when a user submit a request for Hadoop resources, how that request pass through all these security barriers, like how it authenticates everything and give user what is he looking. That is what is the use case you can put. You understand my point? Like somebody requested
So I need
something.
to say that in case if someone is submitting a job,
Yeah.
cases, I just write, then you let me know, okay? A job is submitted.
And that can be either,
execute.
that can be either, through a basically queue, or basically, they can use any data node and submit through the shell scripts. This is what they normally do. Their jobs, they submit through, using shell script, and the commands are basically embedded in those shell scripts.
Is this fine? A job is submitted to execute on data present on HDFS which is encrypted, and how security intermediaries will validate and execute or reject the job execution.
Yeah. So how it passes the AD authentication, how it passes the unique group authentication, how
So
the
this is
request is.
intermediaries is there. Intermediaries are they only. I will
Right,
say
right. I can't see your screen because I'm still trying to get to the network. Anil, just review it and see, if we want to add anything else. Yeah, I can see now. So yeah, I think that's it. That's all. More emphasis is on Kerberos. That's all. How do you use the Kerberos? You can use it using Cloudera Manager also. You can create those tickets using Cloudera Manager, or what you call them. Where you Kinit, where you run the Kinit command.
we will be using Kerberos client in order to create tickets or create principles.
Okay. Okay, go ahead now. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Okay. Fine. So it's a production issue. Just give me 2 minutes.
Sure.
Yeah, so I have got the need. I feel that putting it today and tomorrow I'll be, able to implement what you said. I'll definitely
Has left the meeting.
put things in perspective and then we'll start. So first is we need to understand what Kerberos is. We need to go through installation process of Kerberos. Okay, I'm audible?
Yes.
Okay.
I can hear you fine.
Yeah,
Go
sure.
ahead.
So we need to understand what Kerberos is, right? And then we need to see how to install Kerberos, right? I mean to say first we need to focus on this Kerberos component itself, and then we will see, when we talk about Cloudera Hadoop CDH or when we use Cloudera Manager, right? How actually we'll be using capabilities of Kerberos in order to implement, authentication mechanism in our environment, right? That is what is the first objective, and then I will focus on others as well as we move forward. Now, typically when we talk about Kerberos, it's a method actually that helps to authenticate a request, and that request is made for a service in a network, right? So nothing specific to Hadoop. This can be used anywhere, wherever you need to have network level of authentication. I mean to say, whenever you want to have authentication for a service which is there in your computer network, right? Now it was designed as MIT, and just to tell you, it was actually, this Kerberos name was taken from Greek mythology, right? Kerberos is actually a three-headed dog, who guarded the gate of Hades, right? This is how actually, you can say that Kerberos is a three-headed dog, right? I mean to say, we need to have three different components which actually will take responsibility of ensuring that users are authenticated, okay? But yes, when we go and when we work with Kerberos in order to implement authentication, there are certain assumptions that we need to have, right? Depending on those assumptions, you'll be able to configure the consumers who are going to use Kerberos as their authentication mechanism, right? So let me just briefly tell you, process in layman's word. If you see, Kerberos lets a user request, encrypted ticket, right? And this encrypted ticket actually comes from authentication process. So you see, a user requests for a ticket from an authentication process that can be used to request a particular service from the server, right? So what actually user is doing? Kerberos allows the user to request for an encrypted ticket. For what? So that user can use that ticket in order to get authenticated, so that he can use that particular ticket to access a service from a server. Is this clear? Now, one thing we need to understand here, that users actually, password does not have to pass through the network, right? Now let me be more elaborate how actually Kerberos manages this mechanism. So if you say, suppose, assume that you want access to to a server, right? You say to Hadoop server or to any component, right, which is there not local, it is there on another computer, right? So sometimes you may need, you may use telnet and others in order to request, right? Now we know that this server which is configured requires a ticket before it gives power to you, so that you can honor or you can complete your request. Or before executing your request, your server which is configured with Kerberos authentication mechanism will need a ticket. Is this clear? So as a client, what I need to do? I need to get the ticket first. Is that clear, Anil?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what we will do in order to get the ticket? In order to get the ticket, we will send a request, a request form a ticket to whom? To one of the components of Kerberos, which is called as authentication server.
So I'm sorry. That I get a small confusion here. See, what we are already authenticating using the authentication mechanism to your Unix box, or if you want to use like any service, we are using our AD credentials. Why you need then Kerberos? What is the use of this Kerberos? That's where I get confused. Like I can get authenticated easily using AD, or if I have to use Unix, there is a directory server installed there. I can use that authentication mechanism. Why Kerberos? Why you need it? Why you have to configure it with Hadoop?
Okay. Now, if you see, there are different mechanisms, there are different frameworks which are used in order to implement authentication, right? Kerberos is also one of them. Now, we need it in Hadoop because Hadoop does not provide its own authentication mechanism. And what you are saying is it is operating system level of authentication. Now, for example, I will have components there. For example, I will have Hive, I'll have Pig, I'll have Yarn, I'll have these components which are installed and they are running as a service, right? Now, those services in Linux can be binded to be made accessible using some, user from a particular group. Okay.
Right.
Now, assume that I have that, that authentication, but that authentication is applicable at operating system layer. You want that Hadoop should have its own authentication mechanism, so that whenever a user sends request, right, that request must be authenticated using Kerberos, because you feel that Kerberos is better because you can, for every request you can have a new, you can say authentication token, and you can set expiry of that authentication token, so that in case if that user has made request and that token is still there with him, he cannot use that same token after a particular period of time in order to execute the service. So, because Hadoop lacks its own authentication mechanism, Hadoop prefers using Kerberos or various other frameworks.
Okay, what are other options available other than Kerberos for Hadoop? Like, is that the only option, or there are other options too?
See, Hadoop, when it comes to Apache core Hadoop, it has adopted Kerberos only as of now for its authentication mechanism. But now, Google and all have come up with OAuth and others also. And they have made OAuth and others, smart to be used for authentication as well.
Okay, keep on
now,
going.
Other thing, Ajay, if you see, when we talk about operating system level of security, where definitely when you install your Cloudera using Cloudera Manager, it internally builds users, groups, and others, right? And it ensures that whatever directories are there, those directories are accessible only by those users of that particular group. Okay.
Correct.
But you don't have timestamp, right?
I mean to say, when I don't have timestamp.
Yeah. So, but when you go with Kerberos provides you capability of having time-stamped ticket granting system, right? So you have a ticket granting server which actually stores timestamp. It allows you to make additional requests, sometimes using same ticket within certain period of time. Now, for example, if I want a service to be accessible by client, my server is giving, a ticket, and he's saying that for next 1 hour it is valid. After 1 hour, it will become invalid.
Yeah, right? That cannot be the reason. That cannot be the only reason for using Kerberos, and why I'm saying that. We wrote a script. Using that script, we renew ticket every 6 hours. Say, for example, application Tableau. We connect, Tableau to Hadoop. And in order for us to do that, we use a functional ID for which we need to create a key tab, and that key tab entry gets keep refreshed automatically by 6 hours. So that's right there, you defeated the purpose of expiring the ticket, because right there, by using these mechanisms, you can continue to use without without renewing your ticket. So the point I'm trying to make is this ticket thing is clear to me, like, you need to have a valid ticket in order for us to have a service to use a service, but we can already use that. So in say for example, when we set up our clusters, what were we lacking when we were running everything? Why we needed Kerberos? Everything you showed as example, Hive was working fine. You set up the example of other tools, they were working fine, other jobs were running fine. Why you needed Kerberos? In our cluster, you can give me an example using our clusters which we built. Like at what point of time we felt there is a need to use Kerberos? So that's where I get confused most of the times.
Yeah, so if you see, typically when it comes to Hadoop always adopts open sources, right? Now, Hadoop cannot have, for example, as we know that you have different, directory servers, you have different operating systems, and you have different ways of managing users, roles, and others, right? And we know that when it comes to authentication, it is the principle which is used. When it comes to authorization, it is role-based granular security is what is needed. Now, Hadoop preferred Kerberos in order to implement, authentication, because by default, if you see, you don't think about those users which are there, which are already created, and they will have access to file system and others. By default, Hadoop itself runs in non-secure mode. I mean to say, it does not have any actual authentication. Right? Now, if you want to configure Hadoop to be in secure mode, right, you need to ensure that each user and service need to be authenticated by some framework in order to use authentication, in order to use Hadoop services. Right? So actually, Hadoop adopted Kerberos as its mechanism because Kerberos was also, open source, and it was already tested.
Okay.
Right.
Niranjan?
Yeah.
Anand here. Actually, you are saying Kerberos for user authentication, right? And you are saying it is an open source. That means there is an open LDAP is there, right? When comparing Kerberos, open LDAP is very similar to configure. There is less complexity when configuring LDAP.
Yeah, but LDAP does not have to do. Do you find LDAP having ticket granting facility?
Ticket granting facility is not, but the security levels both are same, right?
You can say that LDAP is a repository that actually stores your, that stores your security assets. I mean to say principal and others, right? Now you use some handler or some proxy in order to, or some intermediary in order to do the authentication. Kerberos can be one of the intermediaries.
Yeah, but LDAP also is when comparing the security level, same level, because here the ticketing concept is there, where there they have using certificate level. That is the only difference. But the security level is same. 256 bit encryption is done, doing both on Kerberos and this one, right? LDAP.
Yeah.
The only difference I seen over there in Kerberos is it is authentication through ticketing system. Like we are creating when logging to machine, we are creating PEM key, right? It's just the concept using in LDAP.
No, what I have come across is LDAP actually we use as a repository, right? And in order to do authentication, yes, there are LDAP which actually provides you interceptors in order to take responsibility of doing authentication, but it is not only authentication mechanism.
No, I'm not getting.
Okay, LDAP is what? It's not only for security, right?
It is lightweight active directory provision. What ADS in Windows, right?
Yeah.
In ADS in Windows.
Yeah, the LDAP is only for security. It is LDAP where it's a directory server where you use store. You are right that it is a directory server where you store all the users, but it does provide you the mechanism to authenticate. Like for example, I'll give an example of Cognos. We use this. We configure LDAP. We specify our OU. OU is nothing but a container within the LDAP, and whosoever the users are there within that container, they are only allowed to access. So in a way, it is allowing you to authenticate end users. So to answer LDAP, yes, LDAP does provide you authentication mechanism. So for that reason, why don't we use LDAP? It's a very good point he just raised. Why can't you use LDAP in Hadoop? Why go for Kerberos kind of complex thing?
Okay, so if you see here, when we talk about LDAP, or when actually systems do what, that is what is there. In most of the systems, what I have found out is Kerberos is used for authentication, and they use LDAP for authorization, right? Because it is Kerberos which actually provides you user with encrypted tickets which can be used for a particular request.
So, Niranjan, are you saying that Kerberos is more secure than LDAP?
Yeah, I mean to say, I'm not saying that it is more secure. What I'm saying is mechanism is entirely different, and Kerberos mechanism is apt for authentication, and we use LDAP for authorization most of the time. So you can say that put together, Kerberos and LDAP can be a combination. It can be a combination which can be used for authentication and authorization, where we give responsibility of authentication to Kerberos, right? And as I told you that you have many solutions, and security is something which can be implemented in many ways, right? But if you see responsibility of Kerberos, which is there in most of the system, is to have authentication. It's one of the protocols. Now, for example, if I say that Kerberos is one among several authentication protocols, right, which can be used to secure our system. Now, other thing is Kerberos is a network authentication protocol which is designed specifically to provide authentication in client server or multi-tier application. But if you see, LDAP is a method of organizing details and providing access to it. So it is used mostly for user services to get machine details and other important information. So LDAP is not specifically designed to be a network, an authentication mechanism at network layer.
Yeah, but not with this app, but maybe with the other, because all the apps which we use LDAP for authentication. So maybe not for Hadoop.
You don't
you're right.
LDAP. LDAP is a repository which contains information, right? Now, for example, if I want to do authorization, I need certain details, right? That okay, fine. This is what is the user. This is what is the group, and these are the roles which he can play, right? So LDAP provides you a specific approach of maintaining this information in repository, right? Now, when we talk about authentication, it is a process by which actually we just verify users. We are not checking for authority of the user. We are just verifying the user that yes, he is the right user who wants to utilize the service. So, for example, login and password. This is authentication. But once you log in and password, that particular user will have a role, and depending on his role, his services will be, made available to him. That is authorization.
Yes. The role. Right. So let me explain you. Like authentication. Say I'll give you an example. So use SiteMinder. Okay. So SiteMinder we use here for authentication piece. User inputs his ID and password. That ID is trying to match with a SM session cookie somewhere, and there are cookies that gets passed to the underlying LDAP, and that gets authenticated. And when it comes to authorization, that is handled at the application level.
I'm not denying that we cannot use LDAP for authentication. We can use LDAP for authentication as well, right? But Kerberos is more secure as compared to LDAP authentication.
Why?
Right? Because
Why?
it works at network layer and it has 3 guarded dogs. Right?
Okay. No, that's just Greek meaning, right? No, I understand what you're saying, but it's just its literal meaning.
But here you will have participants, and the approach or the way of authentication is entirely different. That is what is there. So you have a choice. If you don't want to go with Kerberos authentication mechanism, you want to go with only LDAP, that's fine. But you rightly said that you have multi-level of security, where user, authentication is taken care by Kerberos and authorization is taken care by LDAP. Right?
Okay.
You can, if you want to decrease security layer, you can remove Kerberos and you can just use LDAP for authentication as well.
Okay, let's go ahead with Kerberos, because we know we are using it. So let's go ahead with maybe we can Google more ourselves, like trying to find out. I know you can go up to only a certain point explaining, but we will try to Google ourselves more about it. Okay.
You do that, you will find that you'll find that Kerberos is more secure as compared to LDAP. That is what is one of the reasons, and it depends on level of security that you want to implement. Obviously, if you are using Kerberos for authentication and then LDAP for authorization, you are having multi-guarded system.
Yeah.
Okay. So, assuming that architect has decided, that he'll be using Kerberos for authentication, right?
Yeah, we are using already in all our 3 or 4 clusters. Kerberos is there.
Yeah. So, if it is already decided, in order to, eliminate it, we either need some other framework or we need to ensure that we are able to show similar level of security with Active Directory that you are using. But yes, both can be configured. Your users, principals can be configured in LDAP, which even Kerberos can use in order to, generate the ticket and others. So that configuration is also possible.
Okay.
So what we do, I'm a user, I need a ticket, right? So I'll make request to a component called as authentication server. What does authentication server does? Authentication server immediately will create something called as an encrypted session key, right? Fine, and it will try to base it on the password which it will get from your username, and it generates a random value. This random value represents the requested service, right? So you can say that this session key is nothing but it is effectively a TGT, which is called as ticket granting ticket, right? So now what we have with us, we have ticket granting ticket, right? So first step is what? Get your TGT, that is ticket granting ticket. From whom you will get? You will get it from authentication server, right? So when you send your request for authentication to this authentication server, it generates a session key, does whatever internal task it needs to do, and it gives you a TGT, which is ticket granting ticket.
Niranjan, yeah, sorry to interrupt you. Is there a way to explain this with the help of a diagram or something? It will be easy to understand.
Yeah, so I'll need to go through it. I was just thinking that I will, first come to the mechanism and then probably we'll go through the internal. Okay. Are you able to see now?
Yes.
Right? So how actually Kerberos works, this is what is there. Instead of client sending password to application server, it requests ticket from authentication server. right? Ticket and encrypted request is sent to application server, right? Now, how to request tickets without repeatedly sending credentials? This is what is there, and we are going to see that is what is PGT. Hello, yeah, hello. Right, so you can see you have authentication server who is responsible for granting you tickets. I mean to say, the client sends a plain text request to authentication server asking for a ticket, right? It can use to talk to the TGS. And if you see, this is what is the request. It comes to login name and the TGS name, right? This TGS is nothing but, a ticket granting server. The first is, yeah.
Can you go back to the previous slide? Yeah. So can you please provide more information on this particular slide?
Okay.
So instead of a client sending password to the application server, when we submit a request to log in to the any particular servers, it will generate a ticket. This is what you're trying to say, right?
Yes. So I mean to say, if you want to get a ticket, right, and you are sending first request, you send request to authentication for authentication. This is first request authentication, okay, from the authentication server. Now what happens? This authentication server which is there will create a session key, right?
Okay.
And the session key is an encrypted key also, which is based on the password. So you are just sending the user a principal, and since your authentication server creates a session key which is encryption key based on the password which it can get from your username.
So which means we are not transferring our we are not actually transferring our password. We are transferring the encryption key instead of a password, right?
Yes. I mean to say that first time request it will create the session key which will be encrypted.
Okay.
Right,
and where do we configure this authentication server?
I'll tell you that. I mean to say we have steps to do that. Okay, we'll be creating a file, .conf file, and in that .conf file we'll be, configuring all this. What type of ticket, what should be the expiry and others.
So let me ask you one question. Suppose if I log into the Hadoop cluster first time, I enter my login ID and password. Once I'll be in the terminal, I need to access the HDFS directory, and before accessing the HDFS directory, I need to generate the Kerberos credential, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So here you need to explain what is the next step, how it works.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, that once your TGT is there, right? Once you have the TGT, you send your TGT, right, to a TGT server, that is ticket granting server, right?
Okay.
Fine. Now, this ticket granting server may be physically, can be the same server, or it can be different server itself. Okay, I mean to say your TGS and your authentication server can be there on the same box.
So this TGT also, so this TGT server that you're saying, that is also, yeah, no, you're talking about TGT, right? TGT server or TGS?
Now, TGT is the ticket granting ticket. And
Okay.
TGS is the ticket granting server.
Okay, so this TGS server, we have to configure it via Cloudera Manager somewhere, and then
this part is actually done when you go and install or set up your Kerberos. I'm talking about those components which are involved in authentication. Cloudera Manager you can use in order to specify, that what Kerberos you are going to use. So that
okay.
is, right? So that is something which we will see.
Okay.
Cloudera will not take responsibility of making Kerberos components available.
So, Abhijit, there are two parts. Just I'll take 30 seconds. Abhijit, there is something called KDC, Kerberos Distribution Center. It has two parts. One is basically, it basically allows you to authenticate. It's called authentication service. And second is called TGS, which is called ticket granting service. So it is inbuilt within the KDC. It's called Kerberos Key Distribution Center. It has nothing to do. We have not come into the Hadoop yet. It's just he's explaining what exactly are the components of Kerberos itself. Like keep Hadoop out of it right for now. He's just explaining what is KDC.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you see, we are just talking about components which are part of Kerberos. Okay. So we have authentication server, we have TGS, that is ticket granting server. Now, as we know, there are different architectures that you can set for Kerberos itself. Your TGS can be physically the same server as authentication server, but it's a different service itself. And what does TGS return? TGS gives the ticket which can be sent to the server which actually has the requested service. So you see the steps. You are sending the request to for authentication, to authentication server. Authentication server generates, TG key, that is ticket granting ticket. This ticket granting ticket goes to TGS, right? Ticket granting server. Is this clear? And now TGS returns the ticket which is sent to the server to get the requested service. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. So two components we can see here. Right. So if you see how to request ticket without repetitive sending credentials, that's what we are doing. We are using CGT here. Now client sends a plain request. Since the request contains only well-known names, it does not need to be sealed. Here comes your authentication server. Authentication server finds the corresponding key, which is corresponding to the login name, which is there in TGS, that is ticket granting server. And then authentication server creates a ticket with login name, TGS session key. Now this ACE seals the ticket with the TGS secret key. Right. This is what is second step. Now it goes to response. So now you have ticket, right? Your TGS returns a ticket, and this ticket is sent to the service, right? Now service either accepts or rejects the ticket, right? Either it will reject or it will accept and then complete the service. So this is what is, authentication server response. You have TGS session key, you have ticket which contains login name, and it is sealed with, TGS session key. Right, so you need not worry about this because this is a mechanism which is used by Kerberos. You need to just tell your Cloudera to use Kerberos for authentication, and you need to go and enable services so that they can communicate and get the ticket to communicate with the services. Now accessing the ticket granting, you see, server. The client decrypts the message using user's password as a secret key. Client now has a secret key, session key, and ticket that can be used to contact the TGS. Now if you see, client cannot see what is there inside ticket because it is sealed. And then comes your ticket granting ticket. Client knows username, password. Sends username, request for client authentication. Now here you have authentication server who keeps track of all users and service names along with the passwords. Authentication server takes responsibility of generating TGT, ticket granting ticket. Right? And from here it is sent to the client. Now once client receives the ticket, he can use the ticket to communicate. Right? So internal process is bit more complicated, but in order to just have an understanding, we need to understand that I need a ticket, right? When I make my first authentication, a request for first authentication, it goes to authentication server. Authentication server generates or creates a session key based on whatever credentials he has, and generates a random value which represents the requested service. This particular session key is what is called as TGT. Next is we will send this TGT to a ticket granting server. This ticket granting server takes responsibility of giving us a ticket, right? This ticket can be sent to the server to request for the execution or access to the service. Right? One thing we need to remember, that whatever ticket we receive from TGS, it is timestamped. Right? Since it is timestamped, we can use that same ticket to make additional requests for certain period of time. So every time re-authentication will not be required until and unless that ticket doesn't expire. So I can send a ticket which is valid for a limited period of time, and since Kerberos is secure, it makes it less likely that someone else will be able to use it later because it will expire.
Yeah, so I just want to add. Yeah, just want to add one more thing. So this whole thing does not come in picture when you log in through Cloudera Manager.
No,
because Cloudera, yeah,
any configuration.
right. So let me. So this is only coming in picture when you try to connect to HDFS, when you try to run some Hadoop commands like Hadoop ls-al or something. You have to have a valid ticket in order to basically take any services from the cluster. You don't need this whole mechanism in order for you to connect to Cloudera Manager. This thing doesn't even come in picture. I just wanted to clarify that part.
Okay. Now, when a client wants to start using a server, the client must first obtain a ticket. Client composes a request to send to the TGS. This is how actually access will be made. TGS response decrypts the ticket using its secret key inside the TGS session key, and then TGS decrypts the authentication or authenticator using the session key. TGS will check to make sure login names, client addresses, and rest of the things are okay, and then TGS makes sure the authenticator is resent. So this is how actually it works. Once everything checks out, it builds a ticket for the client and the requested server. The ticket is sealed with the server key. It creates a session key, seals the entire message with the TGS session key, and send it to the client. Right? So you can say that Kerberos actually provides you a mechanism of performing mutual authentication, where a client has to prove its identity to the server, and server has to prove its identity to the client as well. So you can say that mutual handshake is what is required. Client now decrypts the TGS, has a response key. Client can contact the new server using the same format that it is used that it has used for TGS, and this is how communication happens. Right. Clear. So client is unaware about the ticket. He just use it in order to gain, access to the server. So each ticket has a limited lifetime, right? A sealed ticket can be sent safely over a network. Only the server can make sense out of it, right? So if I ask you now that what are the main characteristics actually that you can derive from this when it comes to Kerberos? One thing is clear that Kerberos is a network authentication protocol designed specifically for authentication, and it uses secret key, cryptography, right? That we can see here that it is using cryptography in order to actually, authenticate. Some other important characteristics, if you see, is it is secure because it never sends a password until and unless it is encrypted. That is what we have seen here. Other thing is only a single login is required per session, right? Now credentials which are defined at login time are passed between resources without you going and doing additional logins. But yes, it is dependent on the time, right? Other thing is that you need to keep in mind is the entire concept actually depends on KDC, right, which is distribution center, key distribution center, and this KDC, which as I pointed out, is aware of all the systems in the network and is trusted by all of them. So you need to ensure that this trust needs to be established and need to be specified in your KDC before you start using Kerberos mechanism of authentication.
Yeah, that is where the thing is. So when you enter your ID and password on the server, you basically entered your like Active Directory ID and password, but you are requesting a ticket to Kerberos. So that time basically there is no trust between AD and KDC. It won't let you go in. So that's where the trust comes in the picture.
Yes. Now what you can do is, in case if you want to use together, here in case of Kerberos independently we are using KDC, right? Which stores, which is aware about all the systems and others. Now what we can do is we can use Active Directory to perform the function of KDC.
In Unix systems also can we do that? Like we use RHEL here. Is it possible to do that with RHEL too?
Yeah, I mean to say we can. I haven't tried this security to this extent.
Yeah,
we can, because as per specification it can be used.
Yeah, but you can't install AD. Hold on, what you said is instead of Kerberos you can use AD. So AD needs to be installed somewhere on Hadoop cluster, and
I mean to
Hadoop,
say yes, not on. It has to be present in the architecture.
Right.
And then you need to create communication between Kerberos and AD, so that it starts using AD as its database for users. I mean to say for principals.
So you're saying instead of KDC you use AD, but it still use the other parts of Kerberos.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, please. So one more thing is we set up one-way trust for what exactly we are doing when we set up one-way trust? Why not two-way trust, or why not? What exactly is one-way trust? Is it only from Kerberos KDC to AD? It's not the other way. If you set it the other way, what's wrong? So the Cloudera said to us, we have to set up one-way trust. So do you know something about that piece?
See, here, when we talk about two-way trust, it means client also need to, will also be able to verify whether he is connecting or communicating with the right server or not, right? Now, server is aware. Whenever a client sends credentials, it uses its KDC mechanism and it comes to know whether he is, right user or not. This is what is one way, right? But sometimes you would like to implement mutual, where clients also need to know whether they are communicating with the right server or not.
And how do you achieve that two-way trust, basically? Do you know any example?
Yeah, I mean to say you can apply a certain, certain mechanism in order to get this mutual authentication, where now client also verifies ticket of the server. So client will also have the server. So if we actually want to do that, what actually happens? Server has to reply with a server authentication message, and now that message can be used by client to authenticate, to reply.
Okay.
So, for example, client is sending a request, right? Or ticket granting service is taking responsibility of authenticating. It's authenticated. Server sends you are the right user. Now, client will verify whether he is getting that reply from the right server or not. The client would also need a key in order to authenticate the server. But Hadoop adopts instead of mutual, one way.
Yeah, but in case of Hadoop, we don't go for any specific server. We go for the service, like HDFS service, not for a server.
Yes, but that service has to be Kerberized. Right? So in case, you have to go and Kerberize that particular service. I mean to say that service has to perform now intermediary task of Kerberos authentication.
Okay, keep going on.
Right, so these are the content of the ticket: server name, client, host, network, session, and others. What is session key? Random number that is specific to a session. It is used to seal client request. Session key can be used to seal the response as well. So this is internal. Authenticators, they are the component actually which proves identity, and it includes client's username, network, timestamp. Authenticators are sealed with session keys. Right? So this is how actually these components will talk to each other and ensure that authentication is done. Now comes how to set it up.
I just want to add one thing. So all the tickets get stored in the temp directory, TMP directory, and if you don't give a 777 to TMP, users can't authenticate. So we face this issue actually. Okay. So on the wherever the KDC is installed, that temp directory, TMP directory should be open to everybody so that the tickets can be stored there. If it is not, we get the issue there. Go ahead. I'm saying this though because I've seen these issues. When we support, these issues were coming to us.
No, it's good. It's great that you're saying. Now here, what I'll do is I'll try to. This is KDC. Now this KDC can have, if I am doing it correct, you can, if your architecture is using the same one which I am doing, it's fine. I mean to say it will be great. But here in this KDC, we'll have three components. One is AS, that is authentication service server. Second one is TGT. Second is TGT, and then comes our, database, right? And here I'll have my database. Just wanted to show you the relation, which can be built here. Now this is our database. You can say database for user group service. Now this can be, Active Directory. This component can be Active Directory. It can be stored in local file system. It can be stored, in Active Directory as well. So you can configure your Kerberos to use, Open LDAP or something as its data store. I mean to say as its store for credentials. I mean to say users and others. Is this clear?
Yeah.
Fine. So this is what can be set up. Okay.
Niranjan, please tell us why we need to integrate Hadoop security with Active Directory. I mean,
Okay. Now, see, sometimes what happens, you will have your architecture which is using Active Directory for authenticating and authorizing users to access different services. Now you are making your big data layer also part of that architecture, and you want to use the same role, same user, same group which is already present in Active Directory for your Hadoop request as well, right? It will be easy for you to get your credentials or have your roles and others already defined at a centralized place. From there onwards, whatever components of architectures are there, they can use the same roles, same specification, I mean to say same users. In case new roles you are creating, you can add it to Active Directory. So in future, it will be more extensible. This is what is one of the reasons.
Yeah. So Anil, we use Active Directory for Hue. So when you authenticate to Hue, your Active Directory ID and password was different, but now I think Clint did something, and he basically made sure that if you want to go to Hue, you don't have to re-authenticate. So that's where it is using again Active Directory. It's not using KDC anywhere when you use Hue.
okay.
Now, for example, if banks are there and banks will provide you a customer ID and others, and you can be customer to 3 different products, right? So in order to specify roles and others, they maintain a common Active Directory, and that from that common enterprise scale of Active Directory, they are used by different applications. So you can have a centralized place where you are maintaining your entire user repository.
Too.
Oh, that's why we need to set up one with trust relationship between the realm to the AD directory, right?
So your failover and also can be taken care because your Active Directory can also be clustered.
Actually, he just used a very one good term, realm. So that is also confusing. So I don't know if you are clear. I always get. What is a realm actually, Niranjan, if you know?
realm is representative of security. Now, for example, each server will have a realm, right? So realm is a term which actually indicates a security, you say, security schema. It's a security schema. So when you create realm, it actually is nothing but security schema. In realm, you will have principal, you will have roles, you will have subjects. Right, so subject is the service, you can say. Roles are, you all are aware. User is who plays a role. So we will grant privileges on subject to users with specific roles, right? So these are actually maintained in realm. It is used to define schema.
Schema. So we use like krb5.conf file. That's where we define this realm.
Yes.
And
so that
realm in
define schema for security.
so in physical terms, what? So you're saying it's a schema. Schema can be anything, right? In database terms, a schema is just basically a collection of tables and all that. But in terms of Kerberos, what exactly is the meaning of schema?
No, see, when it comes to schema, I just correlated it to ensure that we understand that it contains metadata about that particular table. Now, similarly, when it comes to term called realm, you can say that it's nothing but it's something which stores information about nodes, right? Those nodes which actually share the same Kerberos database.
Okay, and this is part of a KDC. Realm is a KDC object?
Yes, it is a KDC object.
Okay.
So you can say that I'll say that realm is something where actually Kerberos data store or database is stored.
Okay, so yeah, we have like Hadoop POC, Hadoop.poc.com. That's our realm. Hadoop.dev. Something. It's our dev realm. So you mean if a user is there, it gets created multiple times. Like say, hold on, let me just think about it. Go ahead. You keep going on.
Okay.
So, Niranjan, one thing on Realm. So, can we say, we have a different server which is reside on the different environment. Like we have a different POC server, we have a different development server, QA server, QC server. So, I think those POC server are reside on the POC.com, which is a basically Realm. Is nothing but is a network authentication, correct?
Yeah, it's an identifier, that helps you to identify that what all components are bind to that.
If I want to access those servers,
go ahead, Anil, sorry. See, that's what I'm trying to see. Like I'm trying to simplify our process. See, if you see the diagram, why you want to use AD? You want to use AD so that your users are standardized, your groups are standardized, everything is set up, all you're doing is reusing them, whether it is your dev cluster or QA cluster or production cluster, right? What we are doing is we always create a new realm. So if you start a POC cluster, there will be a POC realm. If you start a dev cluster, there will be a dev realm. If you start a production cluster, production. We have to do it? Why can't we use like same realm across all our environment? Because the users are not changing. So is it a possibility to Niranjan, have one realm across all the clusters? Because our users, these are not externally facing environment where you have to have a customer accessing them. Have one central KDC installed somewhere, wherever, doesn't matter. Can multiple cluster access the same KDC? I have like how many? POC, Dev, QC, DR, and Prod. I have 5 clusters now.
Yeah. So, Anil, have you worked with something called as domain realm?
All of
Yeah.
us are new to this thing actually.
Yeah. So that
Yeah.
actually what you can do is, in case if you want a centralized realm, right? So you can specify a domain realm, right? And this
Okay.
domain realm will be nothing but it will be your you say active directory,
Okay.
right? So you can map your realm to active directory by specifying this domain realm concept.
So the answer is yes. Can we have only a single KDC installed somewhere and that can serve all of my 5 clusters? Answer to that is yes or no?
Yes.
Or we can.
Yeah, we can map active directory domain to Kerberos realms.
So in that case, if somebody requests a ticket, so will that ticket be valid across all clusters like dev, QA, QC, production? Since we are using
Yeah, it
single
will be valid
KDC?
for that particular user, yes.
Okay, and that may be an issue, right? We don't want to, and that's why we are using separate realm. So now I get it. Because if your ticket is valid across 5 clusters, we don't want to do that because we don't want users to do anything in production where he's not supposed to do.
Correct, Ajay. I mean, that will breach the security. So that's why we have a different realm based on the environment.
Yeah, but how will you avoid this situation when you use AD, right? There is a diagram right there to use AD. How do you avoid that situation?
Here, what you can do, you can have different realms mapped with different part of different schemas of AD. That is possible actually, because you'll be specifying base and others, right? When you go with AD, so possible.
Okay. I think I got a good idea now of servers.
Okay.
Yeah, same here.
This is what is summary, which I will tell you.
Hey, Niranjan, is it possible to share this with us, the deck
I'll
which
be
you're
sharing
showing?
with you everything, so that's not a problem.
Okay.
Now you see, every service request needs a ticket. Ticket comes from TGS, except the ticket for the TGS itself. Workstations cannot understand ticket because they are encrypted using secret key. Every ticket has an associated session key, and tickets are reusable. This reusability is dependent on the finite lifeline. Authenticators are only used once, that is when new connection is made to this server. Authenticators expires fast. Server maintains list of authenticators in order to ensure that stolen authenticators are not there, to prevent authenticators to be stolen, right? And apart from this, it depends. Kerberos itself is open source. You can configure it the way you want. These are some of the scenarios. If TGT stolen, can be used to access network server. Right? This problem is only there till ticket expires. Right? If someone is stealing. Now, subject to dictionary attack, timestamp require hacker to guess in 5 minutes. Very bad.
But how can they stole the TGT, because it is in the form of encryption, right?
Yeah, but hackers are there, right? They will be doing network hacking and they may get it. I mean to say.
We are not sharing any password over network when we logged in.
Yeah, but we
I
can't
mean, when
say.
we are accessing the services, correct?
Yeah, but we can't
That's
say.
why Kerberos.
Yeah.
That,
Yeah, Anil. So what is there is, in the time directory I said the ticket is there, right? So they can work backward. They can always get your password using that ticket information. Is that true or no?
I mean, that's what it is
Niranjan?
in encryption form. It is in encryption form, right? It is. I mean, the password is not stored in the time directory, correct?
Yeah. Maybe the
Yeah, but
ticket
there are
itself they
chances
can
that
use.
hackers will try, to attack, to get the ticket, to encrypt it, and to get
Because
the.
I think that's why Kerberos is in place where we are not sending our password over the network. We
Yes.
are we are storing our password. We are not storing the password. We just generating an encryption key which is stored in the KDC, correct?
Yeah. So that TGP
So there is
actually.
the chance are very minimal if they can steal the information because we logged in on this Linux box first time. But if we are accessing any services, we need to generate the Kerberos credential, and we are not sending any password, correct?
No,
Yes, so I
Anil.
mean
So
to
in
say
the first,
chances are bleak. Chances are bleak,
yeah,
but yes, Kerberos itself has raised these things that in case, if it is stolen, don't worry, problem until
Okay.
ticket expires. So these are some of the, smart hackers. They can try getting information,
Okay.
they can try breaking things, right?
no. Actually, no. They don't have to get information. They only have to get the ticket, access to the ticket. That's all. Because ticket has everything, Anil. You understand me? You don't need password once somebody has access to your ticket. All you need is the ticket. If it's a valid ticket, is all they need to know is ID,
Yeah,
because
if
that
it is
ID
a
is
valid
used.
ticket and if it is within expiry period, we can, anyone can use
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So now comes, installation. So configuration with Cloudera, using Cloudera Manager is pretty simple. Yes, when it comes to applying it at granular security levels, we have to see how to configure each one of them, right? Now what we have to do is, before we go and work with this, we need to see what actually our Cloudera will ask us to enable, security using Kerberos. And we need to do installation of Kerberos, keeping in mind that we are able to get that information for our Cloudera manager to communicate with our KDC and get the details, right?
Yeah. Hey, and Niranjan, I don't know, but I'll tell you our practice. We install first KDC, we set up one-way trusted ID, and then we configure KDC with Cloudera Manager. So we don't install anything in Kerberos using Cloudera Manager.
Yeah, that I agree. Your KDC is independent of Cloudera manager.
Exactly. Yes,
Right?
you're right.
You can use that same KDC to be configured for other services also. These two are 100% decoupled from each other.
Correct. Right.
Right. So
Yeah.
first, let us capture what information is needed by Cloudera manager about
Yeah.
Kerberos, right?
Yeah.
And then we will go and we will start with installation process of Kerberos first, depending on what is the basic need which has been specified by Cloudera manager, in order to first create communication between Cloudera, Cloudera resources and Kerberos, so that the ticket granting and ticket issuing functionality starts.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'll do, yesterday I was accessing someone's, right, I think it was Ganesh. Someone's IP. I think it was Anand. Anand is there? Anand, are you there?
Yes.
Anand, can you share me your IP?
One second.
IP of,
Cloudera.
Yes.
54.
Yeah.
Hey, Niranjan, can we take a 10 minutes break and come back?
Yeah, sure. We'll have a 10 minutes break.
Okay, thanks. Hey, Niranjan, I think we can start.
Oh, I was there. Actually, I forgot to unmute myself. Fine. So now if you see, we have to plan installation, and then we need to see, as we discussed, how Cloudera manager will be used in order to configure. So what I have done here is, if you see, we have already implemented it earlier, right? And steps are pretty specified. I'm sure that Ajay might have also done it on Red Hat. This is on Ubuntu, but steps are going to be common, except a bit of installation process is what will change, right? So you have different architectures which actually you can follow. So if you see here, we are doing the installation and we are giving a realm name to it, right? Then we are entering, next step we are entering host name or IP of KDC as per IP of the host. We are entering administrative host, right? And then you are finalizing the steps. So this is how you will be doing the installation process.
So you will be actually doing this installation, or you are just showing the document?
No, I'll be doing it. I mean to say, we'll be creating one instance specifically for this, and we'll do it.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Thank you.
So let's just see this once.
Sure.
Okay. Right. So if you see, we have entered here, and now we are creating a realm. Just steps so that we are clear with what we have to do. We are using krb5 underscore new realm. This creates a realm with the input provided in the wizard. If you see, you will follow the wizard and you will, specify. You'll be specifying master's password, right? And enter KDC. Yeah.
So all principles will be stored in this realm, right? Like all principles.
After doing this, you will be configuring that conf file, and then you will create your principal.
Okay.
Right. So once your realm is created, you will be using ka-admin.local to create and add principles.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's what we did in it.
Right.
Yeah.
After creating this, you will test. For testing, you have commands like list springs, right? It will give you what all credentials are there that you have created. Create a principal as client principal called Ubuntu. That is what we have created. In our case, we can create it for our user, EC2-user or something, right? Or Hive or Pig. I mean to say HDFS. Different users is what we can create. After creating principles, we will quit, and then we will test the principle. So here
so we do one more step actually after adding the principle. Let me paste everything what I'm talking about. Meanwhile, you can continue. So we can understand what is this extra step which we are doing. You can continue. I'll paste everything in chat.
Okay. Right. So here we are testing it. After testing, you will go and try to verify the ticket. So if you see, this is what is the ticket. It has expiry time as well. It is saying renew until 15/25. So this is how actually you are able to validate the ticket. By using klist, it returns you tickets which are stored, as rightly pointed out, in temp.
Yeah, so we do use something called kt util after creating the principal. So let me Let me give command. So these are the all commands which we use basically.
Okay, you are copying it to this.
No, that's just copying in the home directory of the end user. No, you see it from the beginning. We use it from the kadmin local, as you said, that creates at principal, and then we use something called kt-util. We are using password, kt-util add entry password, and this is the what you call it, encryption or key.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying, that we use this another step. What exactly is this step where you say kt-util? Maybe we are adding this password in the key tab file, because this is for a functional ID, not for a user ID. So these functional IDs are used to submit the jobs, and they need a valid ticket.
It's basically, you can say kt-util is a utility. I mean to say it's a utility command which actually is used in order to, administrate your Kerberos. So, for example, you are writing, you are reading. I can see here in your commands, writing and you are reading, entry in your tab.
Okay.
Right, so you see key tab is there, you're reading your entry, you're writing, you see write KT, you're writing, you're reading, all these tasks is what you're doing. So if you want to, take the current key list and you want to write it into key tab, right, you can use this, you are using this write.
Yeah, I think what we are doing is in the key tab entry, we are writing the password too, so that you can use the key tab. So there are two types of users, right? One is the individual user and another is the functional user. Normally we use functional user to submit the jobs, and so that we don't have to type the password again and again in case of schedule jobs, we embed those password in the key tab file itself. That's what I think we are doing there. But good, then I got an idea now actually.
Fine. So once we will start with installation, I feel it will be clear. But these are the typical steps, which you will be doing. So this lab installs and configures Kerberos, and this will be used in the Cloudera, right? So after adding your principles, after working on key tab, having everything, you can go and you can specify how to use it in your Cloudera. So you see here, you have administration. In administration, you have Kerberos. Right. Now this assumes that Kerberos server is installed and you are following. In case it's client, you are installing Kerberos client on these boxes. So here you have Kerberos and you have cluster. On this cluster, you are going and Kerberizing it. Right. Now it starts with a wizard, and that wizard is actually to do verification and others. Now, for example, you can use this to verify your Kerberos setup. I'll just go and right. So this is what is the wizard. If you see what all it is asking, accordingly we can go and we can see. Before using the wizard, please ensure that you have performed the following tasks. You have set up a working KDC. Now, Cloudera Manager supports MIT KDC and Active Directory. So you can select yes, I have set up. Now KDC should be configured to have non-zero ticket lifetime and renewable lifetime, right? TDS will not work properly if tickets are not renewable, right? So type of tickets that will be generated will be renewable, right? So you can say that yes, I have checked out that KDC allowed renewable ticket, and that is what we did. Now, if you are using OpenLDAP, client library should be installed on the Cloudera Manager server host if you want to use Active Directory, right? Also ensure that Kerberos client libraries are also installed. So these three are prerequisites that you have to do. You know, Ajay, in your company you have specific administrator for Kerberos, or it's you you have to do everything?
We have to do everything.
Okay, fine. So in case if you have to do everything, ensure that these three tasks are completed.
Right. We don't use AD, so we are fine with this.
So ensure all are done, and once you have selected the checkbox, it will go and it will check that yes, whatever you have selected is fine. You see, you are selecting it. Now next is you have to go and specify the required Kerberos server details. So you see here you have KDC server host, you have Kerberos security realm, right? And you have here Kerberos encryption type. Ensure that if you want to use AES encryption, now Cloudera 5 actually uses this, AES encryption. So you have to ensure that JCE unlimited strength policy should be installed.
Yeah.
Right. So this is what is another check that you have to do. And you are specifying here maximum renewable life for principal. Now this is what is lifetime for Kerberos principal generated by Cloudera Manager. This property is used only if MIT KDC is used.
Just wanted to add one thing. As Ajay mentioned, we have two types of encryption. One, function ID. Second is the individual user. So here we can see we have option Kerberos encryption type RC4-H MAC. So that is for the individual user, not for the function ID.
Okay. And after that you have to enter the credentials having created. You see we have created root admin there. Enter the credentials for the account that has permission to create other users. Cloudera Manager stores it in encrypted form and use it whenever new principal need to be generated.
So you have to have the KDC administrator's password in order to add any new principal?
Yeah, you can create from there as an admin.
Okay.
So that user will be an admin, which you can use here.
Yeah, okay. So do you need to know this password basically? Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
And now what you have to do, import KDC account manager credentials, and you should get this message. Now once you get this message, it means your KDC and your Cloudera manager are able to communicate with each other.
Okay.
So most of the time, you will get errors here in initial setup.
Right, and where will that will go in the Cloudera manager error log, or it will go in KDC error log if there is an issue? I think Cloudera manager log.
It will go to Cloudera manager log. Because this problem is not there with Kerberos. This problem is there in communication from Cloudera manager to Kerberos.
Right. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. Then follow through the steps. Kerberos gets enabled to confirm walkthrough and specify. If you see here, you will get Cloudera recommends at least level 1 PLS when Kerberos is enabled.
Exactly. This is what I was talking about to you. Like, maybe this is next thing which we can cover is this, TLS configuration, where you create the PEM files, you create key files, you transfer it, and you set it, change the encryption level. So that's another pain area. I mean, they're not in a pain area, but how it works with Kerberos, I need to understand that piece.
Okay. So these are the properties, if you see, which is there here, which you get.
Right. So this particular setup uses Active Directory, right? We are not using Active Directory, so we will not have the second entry, right? Because it says Active Directory suffix here.
Yes. This
In
is
your
used
setup,
only if Active Directory KDC is being used for authentication.
right? We're not using that. Okay.
The test Kerberos client using below command.
Mm.
Right. So since we are using, we are able to get kadmin, it confirms that client interacts with the KDC server. Right. So this is how you will create the communication. Now from here onwards, we have to go and we have to use this, realm, this particular realm in order to do authentication whenever there is request from the user. So once this setup is done, then we can take up use case and we can actually move forward.
Right.
Is that
And
clear?
when you say you have to use realm, where do you use this realm? Because it's only used in krb5.conf, wherever you have to use Kerberos connection to the Hadoop. Other than that, where else do you use this realm?
So this is, I mean to say, realm is there about which Cloudera manager is now aware.
So whatever is in this realm, that those principles can only access the cluster.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Right. So now it's up. We have to go and we have to, do installations.
Right.
So I'll just create 2 more instances and we'll start with that, huh? It's all on Red Hat, right? Because
Yeah, everything is in RHEL. Yeah, 6.7, I think. Yeah, we're using 6.7. Maybe we got upgraded recently, but as far as I remember, 6.7.
let me just create 2 instances. Takes 2 minutes and just create it. creating. Okay, so Anand, can you be presenter? I'll just share the credentials. You can connect.
Uh, I'm not using a lab to connect, so it's difficult more to access from my desktop.
Okay.
If you need, I can give the access.
No, I'll take it up. Not a problem.
Niranjan, while you're doing, that unlimited JCE thing, and that was the option when we were installing.
While installation that we selected, no? When we were installing Cloudera Manager.
Right. So we didn't actually use that option. We avoided it. What exactly is the meaning of unlimited JCE thing? What exactly?
It's like Cloudera or Hadoop. They are built using Java. So in order to build, in order to create, you say encryption and others, it uses Java library. So
right.
If you will not add that, you will not have libraries in order to use that encryption. So that's the reason. Otherwise, you will be using basic Java encryption mechanism. So that is a different jar file, different package, which can be installed post installation also.
And it's a prerequisite for Kerberos, right? So we should always check yes, because you never know when we will be using Kerberos.
Yeah.
Okay, because in our installation we unchecked it, we didn't use it, so that's why I'm asking.
So with Red Hat, it comes by default, right?
Yeah.
So Niranjan, you can make somebody else as the presenter if you want, if Mugil is not able to access.
Yeah, so who will be? Jitendra, you can?
Jitendra has some issues in his laptop. I think that's why he when he tries to speak, he can't.
Ramesh?
Yes.
Yeah, so Ramesh, I will share you the user, I mean to say the IP, which I have created. You can connect to Putty and you can actually do it. I'll make you presenter, Ramesh.
Okay. So this is the IP I need to use. 201.3.52. Okay.
I made you the presenter.
Yeah. I'm just connecting to Putty.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, Niranjan, the cluster that we have set up on the IPs that you gave us, we cannot set up Kerberos there.
You can.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point, Abhijit. Yeah, we should be, I mean, if time permits, we should do that.
The key 2, right?
Yeah, key 2.
Okay. Wait. I have to reconnect actually. I am on AR network.
Yeah, please do
Sorry.
that.
Okay. I will.
Niranjan, I can be the presenter if you want. We can start with the installation.
Okay, Abhijit.
Oh, I think Ramesh is already sharing. Okay.
I am sharing my screen.
It's already shared, I think, yeah.
Is it voice breaking?
Yeah, it's already shared. So your machine is already shared. Not a problem. Okay, Ajay, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yes.
Yeah, so because that configuration part, has to be there as per you. So,
I am not able to hear actually. Voice breaking.
I mean to say that configuration of Kerberos for your Hadoop cluster, right? Better if we use your mechanism here. So
Okay.
it's almost same, but we can just install. Ramesh, I will just try to type down the commands.
Sudo.
You have to go to
Sudo.
root and install.
Sudo. Okay.
Yeah, say sudo yum and the whole thing.
So these packages are for Kerberos server.
Okay.
Niranjan, will you be sharing these steps with us also?
Yeah,
After that? Okay.
Now,
Yes, right?
yeah.
Okay, server installed.
Now if you see, I have given you command for client as well.
Okay, client.
On the chat it is there.
Yeah. So basically this will be workstation.
Yeah. So wherever client is there, that is what you have to install.
It says already installed.
So when you have installed apps, it is already installed.
Hmm.
Not a problem. Now next is you have to configure, right? After installing this, you have to configure.
Correct.
And in order to, you have installed this workstation and others, right? It's installed, it is saying. Auth is installed, not workstation, right? Or it is installed.
No, server only installed, but when I executed the second command, it says already installed and latest version.
Yeah, not a problem.
Okay.
So after you have installed this, you have to configure, right? And configuration has to be done as per your need. So what we have to do is you have to when you set up your Kerberos, you actually install the master KDC first, right? We'll install master KDC. If you go to my document, which is there, it will help us to do that. Okay, NTP and all is fine, right? You all are aware.
Yes.
Sir, you are installing the HA like master slave architecture, yes?
No, let's go with a single one, and then it becomes
Then setup.
Specific installation. So we can go with master slave also, but let's first test one.
Right.
Second, I'll just filtering the commands so that it is simple.
I'm looking my steps too, so
You have to open
E5.
conf file.
Yeah, KRB5.com.
Yeah, because on Red Hat it's not giving us opportunity to. Fine, so no other option. We'll go and we'll open that file. Right, we can edit. Go to etc. In etc you will have krb5.conf.
Right.
Okay. Sudo vi.
Yeah. Fine. So if you see here, you have a sample already there, right? You can maximize this putty. We are not able to see there.
Okay.
Right. So if you see here, we have a sample which is already there, right? This machine need to be secure and other thing that you can see. If you edit this configuration file, you are actually coming up with the realm name. If you see here, what is the realm name?
Default realm.
Default, that is example.com. This is what is one realm, you see. You are defining realms and you are saying default realm will be example.com.
Correct. So you want me to change it?
No, why? Leave it. So
Okay.
that's fine because one is already there, right? Default realm is already there. Now just go through another file which is there in where Kerberos. Just be here.
Niranjan?
Yes.
Example.com is a domain, right? So we got to configure the domain name for it, or?
Yeah, we have to change it. We have to use the domain name.
Which has to be resolved outside of the network also.
Yes.
Okay.
That we have to edit. Let's see that, no? And then we'll edit it.
Okay, I'm in KRB5 KDC.
Yeah, in this you will have kdc.conf.
Okay. Okay.
Right, so if you see here, ACL file is this, and then you have maybe this is example.com is there here also, right?
Correct.
So you are finding it at 3 places, right? Now go and open the previous one. First you know what is the DNS of this.
Which one you want to open? CD.
This one, krb5.com.
Okay.
I mean, that's in HC. Yeah.
Yeah.
So let me tell you the global DNS for this so that you can replace it with that. Huh? Give me a second. What is the IP? Yeah. Need to use public DNS, right? I'm giving you the public DNS. Problem is it is on Amazon. Are you able to see?
Yeah. So you want to copy this into.
Now, if you see here, you are seeing something in small letter, something in capital letter, right?
Okay, example.com is capital letter.
Example.com is the realm name, okay? And
Okay.
if you see, you are seeing example.com in small letters also, right?
Yeah, here.
Yeah, and then in domain realm as well.
Correct.
Right, so there is a convention actually which it follows. By convention, all realm names are uppercase. And you will see that all DNS host name and domain names are lowercase. You are able to see here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so default realm name you can change and you can make it capital or capital. I have shared already the name with you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Ajay, are you there?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what we can do is let it be example.com. We will change the DNS.
Yeah, that's fine. In the Cloudera manager, we will use just example.com.
Yes. So
Yeah.
we have to just from Kerberos example.com you can change to the name of the Kerberos server.
Yeah. So I can give the example of what we have in our KRB5.com if you want.
Yeah, if you
Just-
just ping it, you will get an idea.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
So here KDC equal to this one, right?
Yeah, you can change it, not a problem.
Okay, admin server.
Give the sample, right? He's giving the sample from his this. So basic objective of this is it will do a mapping actually between domain and realm. You have admin server, right? There's Kerberos.this from Kerberos.example.com. You can change it to again, Kerberos. Whatever is the DNS.
What is it? This one?
Yeah.
Amazon AWS.com, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And same changes will go in domain realm also.
Yeah.
Whatever is in small letters, you see.
Yeah. So I have to remove completely and then place that.
Be careful with it.
Okay.
So any error here will restrict you to create database.
Okay. Fine.
Yeah, default realm is this. Save it. And go to that file, kdc conf under krb5 kdc.
Okay.
Now here also you see wherever example.com is there, it has to be changed, but it's not there, right? Everything is fine. It is just using this example.com realm, right? So
Correct.
this is mapping.
Yeah.
Fine. So I feel that we are right. So till here it's clear, right? Are we following the same steps which is done there?
Yeah, I was just trying to compare. We do have the admin server name with the port.
You have to
And
just verify that, that DNS names. I have specified Cloudera, public DNS.
right. DNS name you said, and I don't see anything. One second, let me just make sure. So, DNS lookup realm is false. DNS lookup KDC is false. Next line. So where are you putting the DNS name? Actually, I'm sorry, I was just looking at our production.
Now you just move to that file under etc.
Yeah, just go there, Ramesh, and just open the file. Okay. So KDC, hold on, this all thing is same as our default realm is this, okay.
So here we are changing.
Admin server, right. So this is fine because we are only using master. In our case, there are two.
Yeah, it can be two. So that's fine.
Yeah, because we have the master and slave configuration, so that's why it is fine in admin server. One second. Admin server in our case is different because we are using, that means one-way trust, which is Active Directory server name. Okay, and here what we are using is, okay, so here comes the difference. Yes, it looks good because you are not using anywhere AD here. In case we are using AD, so that's why our KDC and admin server name will be different. And domain real, let me see domain real entries. So ours is .hu.com and yours is.
So I think we are missing a dot here in one of these.
Yeah, that
Both are
first
same.
one missing dot in first one. Domain realm first one is dot is missing.
Oh, you want me to add?
Yeah, at the end, I mean to say beginning you have to add.
Okay.
Why will we make .aonnet to aonnet .am.net domain real. Okay, because there's the AD real. I see. Okay.
Okay, yeah, that.
Yeah, so then this should be fine.
If everything is fine, anyways, we'll get errors in case if nothing will be fine. then we'll go
Exactly.
Okay.
And we will
So now
set.
what
We can set.
do is we can go and create the database. Okay.
Okay.
So for that, I have typed the command. If you see on the chat box.
Oh, just copy paste.
Yeah.
Sudo.
What should be the
Now,
master
if you
key?
see, this is first time, right?
Uh-huh.
So there is no stash file which is present, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what we can do is this actually when you specify -s, it means that it will create a stash file, right? In which master server key will be stored. But if there is no stash file, to be read, it will prompt the user, and that's what it is doing. Enter KDC database master key, right? You just specify whatever you want.
Yeah, that is the password, right? Which we have. Which is the admin password.
Yeah, enter
So
the
Ramesh,
KDC
remember it.
database master. So you have to remember it. Yeah.
Because we will be needing this, and then we configure Kerberos using Cloudera Manager.
Yeah, you can tell everybody what password you're putting.
Yeah, I just updated. KDC key, that's it.
Just put Ramesh. Okay, that's fine.
Fine,
You can
KDC
already
key.
put KDC key, it seems, so that's fine. Just make a note of it, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you see, we have, created the database.
Yeah.
Now, if you will not specify -s, what happens? Whenever you will start, it will ask you, a key. I mean to say a password. But now it is stashed. Now, next. We have to see that, who has privilege over, Kerberos database. Right? So we need to see that who is having privilege. So for that, what we have to do is there is another file, and name of that file is, go to Kerberos KRB5 KDC folder.
Yeah.
Under where Kerberos
Okay.
Now in this, if you see, you have a file called as kaadmin. You are able to see, right? kaadmin5.acl.
Okay.
Right? This is for administrator, where you specify that who all can administrate. You have to just edit it, sudo vi.
You want to edit? Okay.
Yeah, we'll see what entry is there. If required, we will change it.
Only admin at example.com.
You have /admin, right? @example.com. So that's fine. I mean to say, most organizations will have this. Can you check yours, Ajay?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
So that we can see if specific users are given specific right. A star means everyone, okay? And admin is the role.
Yeah, we have the same entry, just the administrator, not anybody else. So, do you mean like we can add more users? Like how it will recognize? I mean, is it like the OS user?
Yes, OS users.
Oh, okay. So meaning like whosoever can access this box, like I use my AID or root, right? I can add that in this entry, and that guy can access basically administrator the KDC.
Yes, for example, user1/admin. So admin becomes the role @example.com. Example.com is the relevant.
Okay.
Can you tell me example? I will add something.
So as a best practice, which all users should be there within this file?
I mean to say whomever you want to go and create or edit database. Okay, like you want to, you want someone to modify the database, right? So whomever you want to modify or give privilege to modify the database, you can add it there.
Right. So instead of that, Abhijit, best thing is to have the admin password to certain people. Instead of adding the individual, if we know the admin password for Kerberos, for KDC, so that they can modify, like add prince command. They can run add prince command, but it will ask you the admin password. So if someone knows the admin password, they can add those things.
Yeah.
No, is this correct? So for example, I want to add my ID.
Yeah, but that's not your ID. Your ID is EC2 underscore user, right?
Yeah.
That's your A1 ID.
No, I'm just saying example. No, I'm just saying an example. In Aeon, if you want to add, is this right syntax?
Yeah, so I think let's add EC2 user and let's see if using that
is
user.
not the user which you have added. This is the role.
This is a role.
See, star is the user principal. After star /admin is the role.
So admin is the group or the role?
Okay, they're adding a role here. Okay. But in role, how do you add more users? So in role, can have multiple users, right?
Yeah, you can have. That's what I'm saying. That if I want to specify, for example, EC2 user, and I want EC2 user to be capable of modifying this database, so I will say that EC2 user in this file, right, /admin. It means he plays role of admin, right? At the example.
Okay. So right now everybody is admin. Whosoever
Yes.
Okay.
So that just don't add it. You will remove it, and let's see the success first. Create the principal and others, and then we will modify and see.
Right.
Save and exit. Right. So
did
now
we save?
Principal kdim lock, principal OK, all this is there, right? Principal.kadmin, that's fine. These are the files which are there. Now, can you check whether kadmin d process is running or not? For that, what you do is just go and you launch KDC terminal first. I mean to say start the Kerberos. I'll give you 1 second.
There is a command, I think, for that.
Okay, 1 second. I'll just pass it on to you. You see KRB5 KDC start. You will get all this in SBIN in this case.
Yeah, but before it start, we do run this command add principal root command. 1 second, I'm giving it to you. So maybe
we can add principal. We can add. If you want, I will add it.
This one we have.
Okay, let me give you command to add. Before you start, you just stop it.
Yeah, so I think this is where your question is answered. So the command which I pasted, what we are doing is we are adding root to the admin group.
Yes.
Right.
So I have given the command here. You instead of username /admin, you write ec2 user /admin.
Right. Right. So Ramesh, copy paste whatever I put instead of root, just replace it with ec2. Let me give you. Column.
Is it kdc.conf file you want to edit?
No. Just go and execute that command which I have written on the console. /user /admin /kadmin.local -q add ping. Instead of username, you have to write ec2 user. Just change username to ec2 user. Right, so this will add the first user.
Enter password for principal ec2 user.
Yeah.
There is no
Password, no password.
Enter password if you want.
Keep the same password.
Okay, ADC key. Okay.
Okay.
So if you see, principal is created.
Right.
Right. Next is start KRC KDC service.
One second. Where can I see this entry? ECT user. Which file I can see this entry?
KDC.
We are using Prink, right?
KDC?
Principal.
We are using Prink. We can list all this. So there are commands to see what all users are there and all. But it's typically we are creating a principal, so it goes to principal.
Okay. Yeah, I think there are commands. Let me just check. I have.
So now you have to start those two commands, right? One is krp5 kdc start and others, right?
Yeah.
Okay, started.
Started, right? So now you can go and add principals for users using commands like add, prink and others. When you are using kadmin or kadmin local. So we have already added principal, right?
Yeah.
So one principal we have already added. Okay. Now what you do is, don't add more users here. You have to verify that KDC is issuing tickets. Okay.
Okay.
So for that, what you have to do is you have to obtain the ticket, right? And after obtaining the ticket, you have to store it in a cache file, right?
Okay.
And then you can go and use klist in order to view list of credentials which are there in cache. If you want to destroy the cache, you can use commands for that. Remember three commands: kinit, klist, and kdestroy. Right?
Knit, K
list and K destroy.
Okay.
Now what you do, you go here and write K init, give a space and name of the principal. I mean to say it is EC2 user, right?
Client not found in Kerberos database.
Right, EC2 user / admin.
Okay. /admin.
Yeah, let's try it out.
Password.
Whatever password you gave.
It's done.
Okay, now what you do, you go and write klist.
Klist.
Klist. This is the ticket.
Yes, this is the ticket.
And
Very
this is
good.
the renewable ticket.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Fine. So our setup is done and we have one user, right? You can add many principles to it. For example, you can add HDFS, you can add various other principles, right? So wait for some time, right? Now what we will do, we will do a fresh install. You can launch fresh install of, Cloudera manager, and we will add one node cluster first, okay? So that we can go and select that, JCE extension.
No, so Niranjan, our clusters are wiped off, like the 3-node cluster which we created. Can't we use
This
that
is a
instead
fresh
of?
one. This is a fresh node which I have given, so that others can also
Okay.
use the same KDC installation.
Okay.
So now on the same box we will install Cloudera manager
Okay.
and one node cluster.
Okay.
So you remember the steps?
Yeah.
You want to install? Yeah, I can do this. This is the step we want to Cloudera manager installation.
Yeah. So Ramesh will finish it off, and rest of you can take a 5-minute break. Once we come back, I hope that one node cluster will be ready, and then we will add this Kerberos to to our Hadoop cluster, right? And then later we will try that same Kerberos will be added to rest of the clusters. Okay?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So wget you want to first you have to disable, right? The steps.
Not required. Nothing. Yeah. First you have to disable.
What is the file name?
ATC's SC Linux config. Yeah, you see third step. Yeah, that one.
This one should be first actually.
I'll take 5 minutes break for myself also.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ramesh will finish it off. Guys. Is it done? Okay. Now this time you have to change that swappiness also. Okay. That warning which you will get, you have to edit and you have to change it. Let's reach that stage first.
What next? It's done. Cloudera manager installation done. What is next?
Go to 700, that 7080, right? Install Hadoop on it. 7180. I have given you the IP, right? That
Yeah, IP, yeah.
on the browser.
That should be colon. Run colon.
Okay.
Niranjan, this Cloudera Express version also only 60 days free trial version?
No, it's free. It's not free.
Okay. Continue.
Yeah.
Now here you have to install that second one also you have to check. Go to second one.
Strengthen encryption policies, key files.
Yes.
Yeah, this is required for Kerberos. Remember we were asking this question?
Yeah. Now realizing why.
Yeah.
So default, right?
Yeah.
Not single user mode? No.
Go with default.
Another user. Go to another user. EC2.
Key.
Steps are straightforward, but one two places where we get hiccups, right? For example, when we go with the log files, we have to see Cloudera manager log files.
Again 10 minutes break.
Because configuration, is 4, 5, 7 lines which we have to do and set. So to realize the outcome, we have to wait.
Niranjan, is it same command we have to use for installing in Ubuntu also?
A bit different. I mean to say there you have to prepare Ubuntu repositories. I mean to say this is the same what you are using, right? wget, chmod. This is
Okay.
same. There is no difference.
Okay, because in my personal laptop I have Ubuntu.
No, it's
I
the
just
same.
start. Okay, same process to install.
8 GB of RAM actually. That you have to.
Oh, 8 GB RAM.
Yeah.
Minimum requirement or?
Yeah, that is minimum actually for this. I mean to say it will work for the 4 GB also, but you will not get many features there. So for development you can use it on 4 GB, but for administration 8 GB is what is needed.
Yeah, I have 4 GB. Okay.
I mean to say you are having installed on your box or it's on this. I mean to say VM.
No, not VM. I installed in my laptop itself.
Then you can try if it is directly installed.
Okay.
A bit slow, but it will work.
Okay, it's not a VM actually. That's the main OS.
Then it will work, but bit slow.
Okay. Just to practice.
Administration, trainings of big data and all actually on a single box is very difficult. It's impossible rather. And when we are going with cloud, we are eliminating a number of problems, like network and others. Packages, libraries, extra packages, all those things you need not worry. So except Ajay, everyone is in India, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So Chennai or Bangalore or where?
Chennai, Mumbai, Noida. Sorry, not Noida. Gurgaon.
Okay, no Bangalore.
No Bangalore. So you are from which location?
I'm in Bangalore.
You are in Bangalore. Okay.
I think rest of them can go and have lunch. Okay. So we can utilize this time. You can go and have lunch. Meanwhile, we'll complete with Ramesh.
Okay, we are going for lunch. We'll
Yeah.
meet at 1:30 or.
Okay, 1:30 is fine.
Okay.
So what time we will be back?
I'll be there. Ramesh will be there.
Oh,
Just
okay.
finish this step and then we'll go for lunch.
Right. When you go for lunch, what time you will be back? That's what I'm asking.
It's 1:30 p.m. IST.
It's 1:30. No.
I mean to say we will be back by 1:30 p.m. IST.
Oh, you will be back by 1:30. Yeah, that makes sense. So 3 o'clock my time. Okay. Okay, thank you.
has left the meeting.
I think it will take another 20 minutes, right?
Yeah,
We
you can
also
also
need to.
quickly have lunch if you want to.
You can take the controller.
I can't because it's on your desktop.
Oh, okay. Let it finish.
I think this is step, and after that you can go. Once it is activated and we have started up with the installation, you can go.
Yeah, this step only will take some time, right?
Yeah. Yeah, just change this sysctl conf file also.
Just click right.
Not click. Go to VI editor and move to
Here.
that and change. No.
Okay, here.
Yeah. So write sudo VI and name of the file.
etc sysct1 dot conf
CTL.
file, right?
That is CTL, not one.
Yeah, 1 second.
CTL.
Yeah, tc
Not CTL.
ctl. Okay.
Mm. And
Okay,
change the
here.
happiness.
Insert.
Go down and find out happiness.
Don't happiness.
You see the property there? What property it is asking you to change?
Okay. Okay, it's asking recommend settings happiness to maximum of 10. Current setting is 60. Use command to
Use
change
this
the setting.
CTL command. 1 second, I will give you.
CTL command to change the settings. Okay.
Yesterday we have gone.
sysctl command.
Swappiness, right?
Mm-hmm.
I will type it down there.
Mm. If you click finish, will it take effect?
Oh, come on. You have to change it to 10, right? Or something?
Yeah. So sudo, right? Sudo.
Yeah.
Yeah, it changed.
Okay.
So now I can click on finish, right?
Yes.
Or back and next.
Yeah, you
Okay,
can
finish.
change. You can just click on finish.
Okay. Core Hadoop.
Yeah. Keep everything default, not a problem. Test connection. Continue. Continue. Now you can go and have lunch. Yeah, Ramesh, you can have lunch now.
Should I lock the machine or let me keep it open?
Keep it open. Yes.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe after some time it will go for sleep mode.
So not a problem. You can lock it also.
Okay. As per policy, we have to lock.
Lock it.
Okay. Fine. Sorry. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, Ramesh, we'll wait for others to join.
Yeah, I just finished actually.
Yeah, okay. Let's go to, HDFS and see that web UI is opening. Name node web UI. Yeah, that's fine. Go to data nodes and see that one data node is up. In that web UI only you can see that.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Go to data nodes. Yeah, so fine.
So it will be like a service we have to add, right, Kerberos?
Go to administrator. Security.
Okay.
Don't do that.
Okay, okay, got it. Enable Kerberos.
So I'll share a document which has steps. You can use that.
Is everyone back? Jitendra, Anil?
We'll wait for 5-10 minutes.
What happened? Some earthquake message I'm seeing in Gurgaon.
Has joined the meeting.
Are all there?
Female.
Is everybody back? Can we start?
Yeah, I'm there, Abhishek. Ramesh is also there.
Ramesh, Ravi, Ganesh, I believe they are there. Mugil, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's only Jitendra and Anil are not there, I believe. But we can start.
Yeah, Ramesh. Ajay is there because he has to verify what we are doing is as per the architecture. Okay, so before you start, Ajay, what I'll do is I will be presenter for some time, right? We'll go through the steps and then you can take over, okay?
Okay, I'll stop my screen.
I'll
You can take it.
We need to just finish off the part. So if you see, I have captured all the steps of cloud, installation and whatever entries we have made, installing and testing Kerberos, all steps are captured here. Whatever is done, okay? I'll be sharing this with you. These are 50 steps that we have taken in order to install and configure our Kerberos, okay? Now from here onwards, we have to see how to enable. So you see, first step is, you have to go to cluster. In that, administration will be there. You have to select Kerberos, right? Once you select Kerberos, or security for that matter, because in recent versions they have added, encryption and data at rest, so that will be there. So these two options we will get. We have to select enable Kerberos, right? Once we select enable Kerberos, it will ask us, to specify the entries that we have discussed, right? So these entries which we discussed initially will be entered, and you'll specify host, security LLM, and Kerberos encryption, right? Whatever is the host name for us. And here you have KDC server name and other things which you have done, which you will be doing now. Just see the steps, and this is important. If you see, manage KRB5 through Cloudera manager. Now this particular will do what? It will create Kerberos principal for different services in the cluster, right? To do that, it needs a Kerberos administrative ID, and the ID will get created with Cloudera SCM, right? So in case if you want to see what all users are there in the current one, you can just go and specify. You can go to this particular file. I'll just type here cat etc password. Once you have completed installation, these will clear. Is this clear? And if you see here, when you follow the steps,
we already did those steps when we were on lunch. So all these principles are already created within KDC.
It is in the operating system, not
Okay,
KDC. That you will do, through Cloudera manager.
Right. So the screenshot which you're showing me, what exactly is this right now?
This is to enable and to ensure that your Cloudera manager understands and talks to Kerberos. You see, this will enable Kerberos principal for different services in the cluster. Once we select these options, you see here.
I see what you're saying. Okay, so all the principles will be created for those service IDs,
Yeah.
OS IDs. Okay.
Right. So once it is created, you'll specify the user ID, password, whatever is there, and then you will enable Kerberos for your cluster.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go and do it. I'll make him presenter. But these are the steps that he has to follow. Right. So this is to enable Kerberos for cluster. It configures port. You can go and you can select yes, modify and restart the cluster. Once it is done, you'll find that these commands which are down will get executed. All services successfully stopped, command completed, right? Once you are done, you will get this screen, finish it. Now Kerberos is enabled. And you'll find that when you will submit commands using previous ID, they will not be able to access it because now they need ticket, right? So what you will do is first you will generate ticket like here KINT SDFS @Cloudera. In our case it will be @example.com. We have already initialized one EC2 user. We added to that and then we did KINIT to generate the ticket. Once ticket is generated, you will be able to execute your SDFS commands. Finally, you can invalidate token by using kdestroy. Right?
Yeah.
And one parameter that you need to fix is min user, because it will give you requested user Cloudera is not whitelisted because it has 501 privilege, right? So you can go and you can change all that. This is part of this step which we will see here. Right? So this is how you will enable and you will start using Kerberos. So shall we start? Ramesh, I'll make you presenter. You want me to share this document with everyone?
Yeah.
Because all steps are there. Whatever we did today, those steps are there.
Yeah.
But I may need to disconnect and then connect to network.
That's fine. You don't. I'll transfer all this to you. As of now, let's start.
Okay, so I am going here, administration, security. So enable Kerberos. You want to select all?
Yeah.
Okay, MIT KDC.
Yeah.
Host. KDC server host.
What is the host?
This one you want to give 172.31?
You can give any one of them, global or this. I feel global you give that better. Host which we have entered there, right? The DNS.
54 dot. Huh?
Yeah. That .com is also there, right? Which we have entered. You just put on question mark. Click on question mark. Right. So specify that IP. Here we have example.com, right?
Correct.
I want all of you to guide because probably I may also miss few things.
So colon
example.com, right?
Correct.
Here it is hadoop.com. You have to change it.
Okay, this one. Okay.
Just go and see this. Go and see. Click on plus and see once. Okay. Delete that second one. Maximum renewable life. If you want, you can change. But let it be 5 days. Keep default. Click on continue.
So this maximum renewal life is normally will be for like 8 hours, right? Or is it, do you want it to be for 5 days?
It's 10 days. So now you select that manage KRP 5 through Cloudera Manager. Now here you see Kerberos ticket. You can change it. Just click on days combo and you can make it as per your need. What you want
Yeah.
is
8 hours. Basically, we keep 8 hours here.
you change it to 8 hours.
Yeah.
Renewal life is 8 hours or total lifetime is 8 hours?
Renewal lifetime is like after 8 hours, every ticket gets expired.
So that is total one.
So this one also will keep it 8 hours?
1 second, Ramesh. What is the difference between first entry and second entry? Ticket lifetime versus Kerberos lifetime, renewal lifetime. So what is the difference between these two values actually?
That is total lifetime of the ticket and this is renewable. Within what time it should renew. If you see default lifetime for initial ticket and this is renewable lifetime.
Yeah,
If you are keep on renewing also, it will be expired based on the first option.
Yes.
Okay, so just put the 1 hour for Kerberos ticket lifetime, so we can test. Yeah.
Renewable, can we keep it days, 1 day?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You can keep it days because what happens if you don't renew within this particular period?
Should expire.
Lifetime will be more and annual lifetime will be less, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we can check in our cluster. Okay, just give me 1 second. Let's check what value do we have in our cluster.
Ramesh put Kerberos in your lifetime 1 hour instead of 1 day. So we'll see. I mean, it will renew the Kerberos after 1 hour or not.
I think you can keep the ticket lifetime more than 1 hour. It should be, you can keep it 8 hours or 1 day. And maybe the renewable lifetime should be 1 hour.
Or you can keep that 2 hours, right? Lifetime should be 2 hours. We can check it after 2 hours without renewal.
We'll keep
One thing you have to do, Ramesh, ticket lifetime admin, right? I think it is stopped. You rebooted, right? So it is stopped. So start those two services. Otherwise, no problem will be there.
Ticket lifetime, I believe, would be the validity of the ticket, and renewable has to be renewed.
You have to start.
We didn't. Which one you want to start? We didn't stop actually anything.
No, because we rebooted, right? So once you reboot, those services will not be in start state.
Okay. Which one you want to start?
Both. I'll check. Okay.
Yeah.
You check the status because I saw it was stopped.
Okay. How to see the status?
Same command, instead of start or stop, you can write status. Small letters. One I started, but other, yeah, it started.
Failed.
Start that one first.
sudo. Okay. Other one?
Second one is there, right? I have typed it. K-admin. Sudo.
Just checking status. Okay.
So in our tester,
Yeah, started.
Default values. Kerberos ticket lifetime is 1 day and Kerberos renewal lifetime is 7 days.
7 hours.
7 days.
Total lifetime?
Yeah, so let me give. Kerberos ticket lifetime is 1 day. I'm not watching the screen, so I don't know where you are. And Kerberos renewal lifetime is 7 days. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
1 day, 7 day.
7 days. Second setting is 7 days, which is default. So 1 second, let's try to understand this. Because our ticket expires every 8 hours. So when we have these settings inside, what are we saying? So ticket lifetime 1 day. Oh, it's a lifetime. But it should be 8 hours, shouldn't it?
You can keep whatever metrics you want.
No. I'm not asking because our ticket in production cluster expires 8 hours after every 8 hours. So where is that setting governed? I'm just trying to find that. I don't see anywhere 8 hours, but our ticket expires after every 8 hours. Okay. Right now we'll keep whatever is there in the production. Yeah, keep the default actually. Okay.
Okay. So DNS lookup.
Question mark?
No, it is not checked in our cluster.
It's fine if it is not.
So I think everything else is default. So we can keep it that way.
Okay. I'll click continue.
Yeah.
Now here username.
EC2 user.
That has permission. EC2
user. /admin.
Remember.
KDC key.
Okay. So now it will create the KDC these Kerberos you call them account principals for all the services. It's failed. Maybe you have to add the admin there because we never go back. Ramesh, go back.
Admin
after EC2/admin. Yeah. Right. Password remains the same. Yeah. Good. Continue.
Now see, it creates Kerberos principle. Let everything be default. You read. Specify the Kerberos principle used by each service. Additional steps may be required if you decide to change the principle for the default values. Please read the documentation. We will not change the. Okay.
Yeah, we don't change it. Keep it default. Continue.
Let it be.
Start out. So needs to restart. Yes, okay.
This you want to click yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Otherwise it won't let you go. Continue.
Oh, it won't allow us to go? Oh, okay.
Just click on that, packet so we can see what's happening. Now, this step is very important. Deploy KRB5 conf. This is very important stuff.
So Niranjan, one question. So here we had only one node cluster. Suppose if we have multi-node clusters, don't we have to create the principles for other nodes too?
Yes, it will do that.
Or we will do that, okay.
Yeah. If you see, one step is there called deploy crb5.conf.
Right.
So that will take care of deploying it on entire cluster.
Okay. No, deploying is different. What I'm saying is in terms of adding the principles, do we have to add the principles too? Like we created a principle called EC2/admin.
No, it is responsibility of Kerberos server then, all client requests will go to Kerberos server. So token will be granted to the client who are configured to be authenticated to Kerberos.
Okay,
so those principles need not be there. They need to be there in the KD database.
Okay, so in this process somewhere, if we were using a multi-node server, that would have created these principles for the other nodes too, right?
Yeah. If you want, we can try adding a node to it, right? And then enabling it.
Yeah, see, that's what I was trying to avoid. Why can't we reuse our work which we did like on first and second day? Why we have to recreate everything? We already created three node cluster.
This is just a sample. This is just a sample. Now others who have cluster, right? They can follow the same steps. You can communicate to the same, server.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. But anyway,
so this is the final one. Cluster 1 is having successful enabled Kerberos. Click finish.
So can we have someone do that as well on the multi-node cluster, enabling Kerberos?
Okay, we'll do that. Just 1 minute. Just go to this Kerberos box. Ramesh, not here.
Administration. Go to administration.
No, you have to go to Putty. Yeah.
Oh, you're going there. Okay.
Yeah, you try listing, principal in the database. If you remember, we have used, right?
Yeah. No, the list brings something is there is a command to list principles. this will be so Ramesh, this is you only will get something when you issue kinit command for that, right? What he's asking is
you can go to kinit.
Kinit.
Kinit. No, we have to pass parameter.
No, what are you trying to find? You're trying to find the principles.
Admin. I want to see all the principles whether they are added or not.
Right.
Can you give the command?
The list prints command. You have to use that command, right?
Yeah.
For that.
Kadmin.
Admin.
Okay.
And just enter once.
I think it's list underscore PRINCS. So
yeah. Now here you write list underscore principles.
PRINCS you can say.
Password you have to write, huh? But first you write password.
Yeah.
Admin password.
Remember you set up a password in your Ultra Edit. What was that? CDH key or something you set up?
Yeah, KDC key. Yeah. Now kadmin.
List underscore.
Testa.
List LIST.
Let me type.
List underscore principal.
Principles.
PRINCS.
PALS.
Principles. Okay.
Yeah. PALS.
You don't need to type the whole thing. You can type just LISTPRI. Yes.
We can type shortcuts also. Okay. Now here you see these are the principles which are created.
Correct. That's good. So compute 1 second. Yeah, zookeeper. Yes. Yes. Good. So our cluster is Kerberized now, and in order for us to use any of these services, we have to have a valid ticket.
Yes.
That's what it is basically.
So see for HDFS, you have principal HDFS/IP something, right? Copy that entire HDFS/ first principal. Yeah, copy it.
Okay.
And exit from kadmin.
Quit. Type quit.
Now here you generate by using KINIT. Kinit, right?
Okay.
And specify, copy that principal, because you want token for that. Specify password.
Yeah, how will he know the password? Because this password is the password when we created OS.
Yeah, so that will be taken care by HDFS.
What will be the password?
No password is there.
So how we create the ticket then? Maybe Ramesh, we can create.
Don't we need to? What we're trying to do now?
Trying to generate a ticket.
Yeah, we can try to.
Can you sudo to?
Just write sudo. Yeah, right.
Which one?
Sudo KINIT, right?
Sudo kinit.
And then pass it there.
K.
Init INIT. And that whole thing again, but I think it will ask password you again. Let's see. Yeah, it will ask you the password. Exactly. So that is.
Can't we sudo to HDFS ID and then run the KNet command? Will it again ask for the password?
Yeah,
that's a good point.
If you do sudo su followed by command, it will not.
password.
What would be the default password? Can we just enter?
No, there is a password when you create cluster, right? So these users get created at OS. So there are default passwords somewhere. We have to use those passwords. Maybe somebody can Google and just give him. So what are the default passwords list? Niranjan, do we have any here? I can search. Because we never set anything.
I think before that we need to set up a heat file, right? For HDFS.
Yeah, can you just type the password? I mean to say principal there of HDFS. Just paste it here on the chat box. Only principal. Yeah. On the chat box.
Yeah, I am doing this.
Ramesh, can you please share the IP of the server also? I'll try to see if I can get the password.
I think you have to add it manually and then specify manually the password. This is what it says here.
No, but there will be way for passwordless also, right?
There will be way for passwordless. Yeah, this. But the documentation says you have to add this, but that doesn't make sense if it is already there. Oh, good. Who got it? Ganesh. Good job, Ganesh. Let's try that.
Not getting this.
Hey Ramesh, can you try what Ganesh Bora gave just now?
Ramesh, that might be the password. Just pulled it from Cloudera Manager. So there are two values actually, DFS underscore HA and FC underscore authorization secret key. So this is the FC authorization secret key. Can you just try that?
So the passwords are stored in HC password and HC shadow. So go there and you can check there. Ramesh, go to HC password, CD HC password.
1 second. CD
HC
H
ETC
ETC. Okay.
EL, and just see what is there. Just check for password CASSWD LS minus AL. Yeah,
we have.
Okay, just try to see what are the contents. No, it's not.
So this is a folder or content? Okay, cat.
This is the file.
Yeah, just check what is there. So the passwords are here, I think. And check, search for HDFS. So there is an HDFS, I think. And that's your password then. Do you see HDFS anywhere? User. So it says user. Yeah. HDFS X90 Hadoop wireless English.
I see here HDFS.
Yeah, 1 second, Ramesh. So shadow file has the passwords. what exactly it is, numbers, HDFS, X. So see if EC2 user has the same thing, EC2 user. Do you see EC2 user anywhere?
Yeah, here.
Just check. Yeah, let's see what it is. So bin bash, okay. This is not password. So there is a. Let me just check my documents. Give me 1 second.
What is this file? Password hyphen.
The password files are in Shadow.
Shadow.
Cat Shadow.
Where is that?
The only way to reset.
Don't reset, please.
No.
We can't able to, because in Shadow it is an encrypted format.
Don't reset.
So it's can't able to bring.
Just give me 2 minutes. Don't reset. If you will reset, then whenever a new service will be installed, every time you have to go and you have to.
Mugil has given a command.
What is the location of this file? Shadow?
Under ETP.
Okay. Permission denied.
Go to sudo.
Yes, it's here, but as he said, these are encrypted, right? These are not the passwords. So how do you decrypt them?
It is difficult to decrypt. The only way to reset.
1 second, let me check something.
Oh, you can edit the file and then set something.
No, you don't do that way actually. I don't think you. Yeah, we don't do that directly here, Ramesh.
Actually, we have to add, token to it, and then it will become passwordless. Mean to say, we need to find a way how to have principles which are passwordless in this, because we don't have any password for these users which are set in the.
Correct. These are passwordless users. You're right.
Yes, and these are principles now, which are generated. So we actually have to set password for these principles, right? So that is possible from key. I mean to say.
Key admin local. Yeah.
That is possible from Cerberus. So don't try to temper any file in our code. Whatever you will try, we'll try it here. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm just trying out something. Actually, this has to be done by Cloudera. It is creating principles.
So this is what my documentation says. To renew the ticket for user like HDFS. 1 second. Okay, I'm putting something. And then my command to generate the Kerberos ticket for that user. The key tab, otherwise we'll ask for the password which we don't have. Okay, good. So this is what is the solution, I think. Let me see, because we face this issue. Here. So Anil was right. We have to create a key tab file. And these are the steps for the key tab. So Ramesh, if you read we face this issue. What we have to do is we have to create a key tab. In order to find the key tab, you have to find the instance of any service. Find out where is the key tab file by using the command this, and then following command to generate the Kerberos ticket for the HDFS of MapRed. So it says we can't use KInit without the key tab, otherwise it will ask for the password, which we don't have for these fictional users.
So for using key tab, for creating key tab files, we need to actually use kutil, right?
Yeah.
Yes, KUtil.
One second. No. The command, it's right there. So KInit minus K minus T var and cloud. All you have to do is follow.
Use sudo.
So find dot minus name. No key tab. It should be in the var run. Some var run. So our cluster is running or no? So var run processes should have the key tabs. No, Ramesh, you have to say sudo. Type sudo.
Okay.
Then find
space
and I
dot
don't know which directory dot space minus name star dot key tab. Which directory you are in? I don't know. Are you in root?
yes root.
Okay, so you got it. So see there should be an HDFS key tab file also. Do you see any there? Yeah, I see HDFS key tab. So now you have to run the second command. No, HDFS key, yeah, if that's also there.
HDFS name of key tab.
Yeah, so now use the second command. Say KInit minus K minus T. KInit, type sudo.
1 second,
Yeah, that's better. I also always do this. It's better to do that way. So sudo.
you want to take this 36
HDFS. Yeah, whatever process. They're all, no, the whole thing, the whole process, the whole thing.
yeah name node.
No, don't take the dot.
What is the password?
You don't need password for this command.
No, I'm asking so that I can launch here some tool.
But Ramesh, yeah.
What is the password that you have set for easy to user?
I'm just removing. Okay, dot.
Huh?
Yeah, now run. Yeah, 1 second. Let him run the command. He will give you the password. So just run this, and then you should. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. So cannot determine real for because why? HDFS dot key tab.
I'm passing some steps. Can you do that?
Okay, so Ramesh, give him the password first. That CDH key thing which you created. Remember?
Okay. Yeah.
In your if you see your Ultra edit, there is a password. Can you give it to Niranjan?
Let's try this out.
Sorry, so many people are asking Ramesh to do the.
No. K admin or you have to go to CDK admin.
Yeah, I mean to say just K admin.
No.
You just seek fully qualified name.
Cannot determine the realm for host.
No. What is this K admin colon? It's not a valid command, right?
K admin is a keyword. Just type only K admin.
Yeah.
Just type K admin only.
Yeah, K admin utility.
Okay, KDMIN.
Yeah, that's
You
it.
want to put
Enter.
Enter.
Then it will ask you the password. Yeah. So put the password, that CDH key thing which you have in your return. Add it.
KDC key.
KDC key. Yeah. Okay. Now you want to run this command.
Yeah, you have to ensure that domain names are proper.
So domain names are proper. We have that example.com, right? The domain name.
No, that is this is SDFS is the user. I mean to say principal. Principal is typically followed by user / name of the domain, right?
Correct. So in our case, in our case that will be hdfs/example.com, right?
Yeah.
1 second, what are you doing, Ramesh? Give me 1 second. Password for this and then admin. Principal. No, now you don't have to say admin. You have to just say the other commands. So what is the other command?
Yeah, other command is this one actually.
List no rand key -k hdfs key tab. And
yeah, this one.
Right.
This one I ran actually. It came like this.
So we have already created actually, these principles. So, yeah, so there are two ways actually, Niranjan, to request for the ticket. One is using KNet, other is using key tab file for a particular service ID. So normally we use this key tab file so that you don't have to provide the password. That thing should have worked actually. Yes. Cloudera manager has to create that. No, it was complaining about realm. It gave the message, and it cannot determine realm for host, and then it says principal host name. So that means we need to create the principal for this, right? Yeah. Just a minute.
Ramesh, can you please execute this command? I just wanted to check.
From the KAdmin?
Yes. I mean, just execute this. Yeah.
Just write list print. Yeah, don't do the username. That doesn't. Yeah, just first word. So that's it. Now let us try making this SCM user which is there, right? Where is that? Okay. So one second. So I see HDFS. So take the whole thing, Ramesh. Take the whole thing, HDFS thing, and in my K. Remember, I gave a command to you. In that, replace it with this. So let me give you again.
No, it's here actually.
1 second, Ramesh. No. 1 second. Control there.
No, XFC.
You have not specified key tab file. No, we have to have a key tab file. That's right, Ramesh. We cannot do this. Sudo knet -k -t. Where is the path? Hold on. Okay. So where
this
would
is the key tab.
Just give me 2 minutes. I mean to say, just try what I am saying, and then you can move back. Right. Okay, let's try first. Niranjan is saying. So what you do is you go to KAdmin.
Yeah, I'm in KAdmin.
Okay. Now in KAdmin, what you have to do is, if you see, I have written add prink.
Correct.
-rand key.
Okay.
And then if you see, you have Cloudera also, right? Cloudera STM also. It might have done it. Okay, that's fine. You just write Cloudera STM slash, or you can use any one of them, you know, HDFS slash IP or whatever.
Okay.
Admin is
At
I mean, today you just use this.
example.com, right?
HDFS slash whatever is there. Principle.
So instead of instead of Cloudera SCM,
replace the principle.
replace it with the third line.
HDFS.
Yeah.
Okay, third line.
Instead of Cloudera SCM,
This is the principle.
yeah, put it there. Correct. In the notepad. Take it in the notepad. Yeah, replace Cloudera SCM with that. Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Paste
now
it.
remove this admin at the rate example, which is there at last, right?
The example.com.
Yeah.
You should have only slash. After our first example.com, you slash is there, right? From there you remove till end. Yes. Now copy this and paste it there.
In KAdmin. Okay.
Right? Now, you see, 1 second. If you see here, it comes to KAdmin, it gives us a warning. And that warning is no policy specified for this, defaulting to no policy, right? And principle or policy already exists while creating this. Now what you do is, you execute this command, just replacing, you know, just go here.
Next command.
Right? After this, you have to specify principle. Second one.
Second one.
The second command is there, XST.
Oh, this one XST. Okay.
Minus K followed by that principle. Till end.
No such file.
CMF.etab. etab file has to be there.
So
what
we
you do,
added the
you name it
principle.
as hdfs.keytab.
Right.
hdfs.keytab. Because Cloudera Manager actually creates these keytab files.
Don't you have to give the path for the HDFS key tab because it doesn't know where it is? Okay, but let's try. Yeah, you have to give the path, right?
So we have to search for this keytab file, which goes to Cloudera generation.
HDFS name node key tab here. See?
No, that's YARN key tab which you have highlighted.
Okay. Yeah. Next one name node. Yeah. Here we have.
Yeah. So yeah, you specify the whole full path there. No, go to your notepad.
Yeah, I'm deleting and then going. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and put the whole path there. Yeah. Yeah. Now it should know where key tab is. So try now. XST minus K.
Oh, sudo.
And
Here sudo will work.
You don't know. Try.
No, permission.
We can always change the permission to 777. There is not a problem.
Sudo it's not accepting.
Okay, yeah, it's because you're in KAdmin, that's why. So you go to that path and change the permission there to like, give it 777, doesn't matter.
First we have to exit now.
Yeah, quit or exit, doesn't matter.
I've copied the keytab file in /temp. We can use that. hdfs.keytab.
No, it's fine. You go there and change the permission there. CD. Yes.
It will be deviation from policy.
You're just using it to create it, so it should not be impacting anything. You can always change it back, right? Changing permission of operation not permitted. Why?
Sudo.
Okay.
Okay, done.
Okay. Now try the original command which you have in Notepad.
So now how to come back to KAdmin?
Just type KAdmin. It will take you there. No. Just KAdmin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's like like you type cron, right? Cron tab. It's exactly like that. That's it. No, KAdmin and enter. Hit the enter. No. Yeah. No. What? Okay. Okay, not now paste that thing. Let's see if it works.
It's done.
What happened?
It executed actually.
It executed?
Wait. Where I am? Yeah. Entry for principal, encryption type, something it's doing.
Entry for this. Okay.
Can you copy and paste in comment chat?
What it is saying? Entry for this.
Added to key tab. Write file. Something added to.
So it didn't give any error. So Ramesh, I think it worked. Let's try to create the ticket using that command, right? That kinit -k -t, which we tried in the beginning, or I can give you again.
Okay. Now I have to exit.
Yeah.
Exit
and keep on hitting the arrow key, upper arrow key. The command should be there in your history.
So this is kinit, right?
Yeah, but the path is right.
All right.
Okay, try. Because we have the key tab file now, so it should work.
Cannot determine realm.
Yeah. Realm. Okay.
realm नहीं मिल रहा.
I'm very near. Cannot determine realm. Let's Google on this actually. 1 second.
Yeah, so I have created it. I'll show you the I will show you the steps. Huh?
Yeah, you can take control and then show, no issues. Yeah.
So I have created for one. You can create for others similarly. Just a minute. I'll just share my screen.
So this is what it says. Make sure the Kerberos configuration specifies a KDC in the realm section. So maybe
You are
the
able to see my screen?
1 second, I am not even looking. Yeah, I can see.
So now if you see what I did was, this is what is the first step. I created it for Cloudera SCM.
Right.
Right? This is first step. And it said here that principal, this is created. Now what I did, I used XST to generate the key tab file.
Okay.
Here. This one. This was an error because, double slash was there here. So here, I did. When I wrote this, it generated. You see, added. So same thing we can do for HDFS also. I will try here. Okay, so what I'll do, first add prink. I'll go and I will say HDFS.
HDFS, yeah. Actually, that's what he did. This is what Ramesh also did. But go ahead, please.
Now it says principle or policy already exists while creating this. Now we'll execute the second command for key tab.
Correct.
If this works, it's
second command,
we were wrong. Yeah, Ramesh, we were wrong at second. We were giving the path as, the whole path for the key. Here he is not even doing. 1 second.
It is written.
What he did.
So he is giving CMFs dot key tab.
Oh, I can change it, not a problem. I have corrected it.
Yes, HDF. It was saying it is not able to find the file, so we gave the full path.
You see it working.
This time it is working. Okay, good.
So these two commands are there which we have to use.
Okay, can you type those two commands for our notes purposes?
Yeah, I'm doing that.
So you are adding the principle, which we should not be adding because the principles were already added. But anyway, that's how it
only
works.
Second one is what we have to do. I think only second one. We will do it for others, Hive and others, and we'll see. Okay.
Yeah. This command is important. So because the principles were already there, created by Cloudera manager itself.
So now let's go and try for Hive. Hive was also there, right? So I'll just change it to Hive.
Yeah, change it to Hive. Everything was there. So using this command, you are basically creating the key tab file. Okay.
That's created. This is how we'll create.
Yeah.
For rest of them.
But, yeah, you have to say kadmin local because people may run it from the shell prompt. So.
Yes. It's done, right?
Very good. Now we can try to create the ticket k init minus k minus t. Minus k minus t, I think minus kt you can type together.
I think this is sufficient, right? We have to just specify the user, I think.
Okay.
The principal.
Okay, good. You don't need KDC. You don't need that file. Key tab because because without key tab. Yeah.
Can you tell me the options here? KNIT.
Let me give me 1 second.
If you have ready, you can face them.
Yeah, I have ready. So you have to give the path to the key tab file also. I'll give you my example, and then you can accordingly form the command. here. So this is what is my command. So you need to
I
find
gave the exact one.
Okay,
Okay.
thanks. I think I got disconnected or whatnot.
Password incorrect.
Yes,
Why
right?
we are not even? K minus K minus T key tab file, and then HDFS correct. Password incorrect while getting initial credentials.
Somewhere minus P we have to specify. This is Cloudera SCM agent.
This directory, Ramesh, the path we gave is, see, the purpose was to find the key tab file. That's what it is. So we searched on it. This is the path. Oh, this key tab file is the old file, right? So you have to restart the cluster then, right? Because that will create the new key tab file.
Yes, we have to restart. If you are on 7180, can you do that?
Permission denied. Ramesh, can you restart your cluster? The whole cluster.
Okay, reboot, right?
I did
No,
sudo.
not
Second.
reboot.
Wait.
Okay.
Sudo need this. Okay. So you are specifying the path. Did it work?
Yeah, it worked.
No.
Now if you
no
see ticket is cached.
Shown. Ticket cache file. Sudo net minus k minus key tab. Okay, it didn't specify the particular path. So how did it recognize the path?
Actually, when I generated this, it generated in the current path.
Okay. No credentials.
You see?
K list.
It is generated in the current path.
HDFS key tab.
Okay.
So when I generate, I can generate wherever I want. And now you see K list I am doing, no credential cache found. Here ticket cache file is this.
Yeah, but now if you request for the service, it will throw the error because key tab file is here and I don't know the cluster using this key tab file, right?
No, because
I think you may need to copy this ETF file to HDFS home directory. Not Hadoop, HDFS home directory.
Yeah, but let him try. Let's see what happens. Do file system ls minus.
One second. Just a minute. I just did opposite. Now here we are getting the required error. So it is confirmed that it is going through that credential. It's Kerberos.
So what exactly you are saying? No valid credential is provided. Can it fail to find a Kerberos? Right. So you have to restart the cluster or how?
Yeah,
Otherwise, but how will we use this key tab file until it is a proper place? Is it the same this directory it should be in or it should be somewhere else?
We have to place it in that directory.
Which directory? Home directory of HDFSU. That's what Neil was saying.
Yes.
So
just restart server once.
You will lose this file, no? One second, let me just think.
We'll generate it again.
Just CP. Just say CP home. It should go in the HDFS home directory or it should be the OS level. Let me just see my notes. Give me 1 second. Yeah, it goes to the file level, export home, which is what is the user directory. So I don't know if there is a export home HDFS.
Just a minute.
Oh, you are in home, so yeah.
Yeah, we can create it in home directory, not a problem.
Yeah, we can copy it here, right? Export home. So you were in temp, from there just copy here.
I mean, you can sudo to HDFS directory, so it will automatically create a home directory for HDFS.
Just a minute, I will take some more commands.
But Anil, that is asking password, if you remember. HDFS. Remember, for HDFS, if you try to sudo,
just give me.
oh.
We have restarted the server.
Ramesh, can you do that? Or I can try if I am able, but I am in the AON network, so I won't be able to access.
No. What command we need to give? Reboot or?
No, Ramesh. Ramesh. If you go to cluster, if you go to your cluster, and there will give you the, when you click the cluster, then it will give you in the right hand side option to restart the whole cluster.
Oh, in the portal, okay.
Yeah, in the portal, yeah.
I am going there. Okay, in the cluster.
Just give me 2 seconds.
Cluster. Action. Restart, right?
Yeah, restart. Yeah.
Okay. Restart command on cluster 1.
Yeah, cluster is correct.
Once you have done, let me know. I will try a few commands there.
Hey, Niranjan, keep a tab on the commands which were working, so that way, we know those commands were the final commands.
Yeah, I'm just keeping tab of that. It's done? Started?
Ramesh, when it comes back, just let him know.
It's not starting actually. I'm getting error.
What is that?
Supervisor returned fatal. Please check the role log file. STDERR or STDOUT. Start this name node. Okay. Data node. Actually, name node, data node not starting. It failed.
Just a minute. I'll make a presenter once. You are the presenter now.
Okay. So I'm sharing my screen. So this is the error I'm getting actually. I restarted the cluster. So it stopped successfully, but after that, one started actually.
Close it.
Okay.
Refresh it. It's running, right?
It's not running actually.
Go to.
Again start.
Go to your HDFS and click on name node web UI. Name node web UI. Yeah, come back now. Only select name node. Name node down. Status summary is there, right? Select name node. And go to action. Try to start. One second, the role log file. So go to the log file. It is saying what is the reason here? Lock. Go down. Click on full log. What is the error? Received signal, sick term.
Shutting down. So temp Cloudera can error stop. HDFS. HDFS.091. Okay, hold on. No, but that's not the real error. Real error is somewhere else, I think. When you download the full log, Ramesh, that log file will have the full error. Click on download full log.
That's what I did actually here. Full log.
Okay, click on that.
No, only that error is there. So.
Yeah, but that doesn't give me anything, right? It is a receive signal.
No,
it doesn't tell you anything.
Start from the beginning.
So control F, Ramesh, say control F and type error there. Control F, error, and see, keep finding it. So, yeah, just find. Oh, it's only one of one. So that's the only thing. We have to go to the server and look at the Cloudera manager logs. If you are connected to the server, go to our logs.
Where do you want to go?
CD var logs, Cloudera.
No such a file.
Var log, not S. Var log.
Okay.
And then say for Cloudera SDN server, there should be a Cloudera SDN server. Yeah, I see that. CD there. CD into that. Permission denied. Okay. See sudo CD. Yeah.
Sudo CD work.
Should work. Yeah. What? Just list down the files. Like one second.
Change mode. We'll give 777.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's a test cluster. Minus. Okay, go ahead now. Try going into this, and then find the latest file. So just start looking into this Cloudera SCN server.log. This one. Yeah, I don't know. Tail like. Again, do the permission thing. Change it. Repeat that on this file. So you should have used the -r there, so that it, recursive.
Oh, okay, recursive.
That's fine.
Change mode. Where is that file?
Yeah, this is the file. Where you're doing tail, the tail, the previous command. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
How much you want? -50 is fine.
No, so not tail. It's you can use less, and then you go to Control G. It takes you at the end of the file, but that's okay. Let's see. No stillness check scheduling one is info. We are looking for the fatal.
Just scroll up and you'll see. This problem is not here in Cloudera, SCM. This problem is there when name node is trying to start.
Right, but why it is failing?
Go to name node log. That there will see much detail.
Okay, so go to var log. Go back one directory up. CD var log. Yeah, and there you will see HDFS also. So go to Hadoop HDFS.
Where is that?
Yeah.
Hadoop HDFS. Okay.
Yeah, you see.
Change mode. -r, right? -r.
Yeah, minus capital R. But it's okay. Hadoop HDFS. Hadoop. Yeah. And Hadoop HDFS. Yeah. Okay. Now go in the okay, and there should be something called name node log. Yeah, I see name node log. So you can tail it because it didn't come tail -100 or -50, whatever you want. The whole thing. That's why we need Hadoop on Windows. We don't have to deal with this Unix command. Error, I see. Oh, received signal is SIGTERN. That's the same error. No? So let's Google on it what it says.
This is typically because of clock.
NTP thing?
Yeah, this is because of clock. NTP. Synchronize it.
Right. So that doesn't that basically if you have that thing, your actually node is up. That's what I noticed before. It's harmless error. Should not let your cluster down. So even though that NTP signal is not synchronized, it should not bring your cluster down. That's what I know.
I mean, generally we receive such kind of error when network packets are continuously dropping.
So let's see what we were doing which caused this issue. We enabled cluster which came back fine, and then we restarted. But meanwhile we changed the key tab file. So the key tab is still in temp directory, right? The directory where you were.
Yeah, so
No, but Niranjan, that changes which you were doing, were you doing on Ramesh's VM or you were doing on?
I was doing on Ramesh.
Okay. But it should complain if that was the issue, correct? It is not complaining about that. It is
I was
saying
not
something
doing
else.
anything with Hadoop. I was just doing with Kerberos.
Correct.
Yeah. So what we can do is just launch 7180 in case if it is there, 7180, and go to your clusters. Fine. Go to admin. Go to security. Go to security.
You want to disable Kerberos?
Yeah, we want to, but it is should be
Check this
running.
data at rest. So Kerberos credentials.
Go to security inspector once. Click there.
Instructor ran successfully.
So that is not the problem, no?
That is not the problem, correct. Can you restart the whole VM and let's see if that helps? So Ramesh, can you do sudo reboot on the system itself? This thing.
Here?
Sudo reboot. Yeah, sudo reboot, and try to connect after like two minutes. Yeah, go ahead. That's fine. Close this session of putty and wait for 2 minutes, I think.
No, will this will connect or not?
Yeah, so this should auto start, right, Niranjan? Or we have to start Cloudera Manager?
No, automatically it will start after 2 minutes.
Okay.
You close this session also. I mean,
Close this also. Correct. Close the whole thing, the browser session.
Yeah, I'm just copying.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
It will take some time to come up.
Maybe we'll take some 5 minutes, 10 minutes break.
Yeah, you can.
And we'll come back then.
Okay.
Yeah, he was correct.
Yeah, I'm back, Ramesh.
What are we doing now?
Ramesh, are you able to connect to that VM now?
Yeah, I'm able to connect. But just clicked on starting the name node. It stopped.
Yeah, okay. So I think we all got a very good idea now about Kerberos. So Niranjan, maybe we can move to a next step, which is, TLS thing. And, instead of giving time to this thing, but we know now, how this whole thing works.
Niranjan, you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah, I think what
Yeah,
I was
so
saying. Go ahead, Abhijit.
yeah, so Niranjan, what Ajay was saying is, can we move on to the TLS part?
Yes, but for that also we need to configure a cluster, right?
Yeah, but the existing configured cluster we can use, right, Niranjan?
Yeah, so who's this configured?
All five,
Mine
everybody
is
is
configured. Yeah.
Yeah.
So whom I should make presenter so that we can go and see data at rest and encryption part?
Yeah, Vijit, you can try, or any of us can try. I think we all had working cluster.
Yeah, you can make me the presenter.
Okay.
Just give me one moment. I'll just go back to the network once.
Sure.
But we need to install Kerberos, right? In that.
No, it doesn't need Kerberos. So that's the other thing, which I want to clarify. Like, you have a security in place. Why you need TLS? That is, I think, he will cover.
Okay.
Yeah, they both are independent. That's encryption. This is authorization and authentication. But you have the war metric again, which is data at rest. So is it the data when data is moving across the cluster? That's why you need TLS encryption. what exactly? Go
See,
ahead.
TLS encryption is required in order to ensure that, when client sends data, stores data, or when it is in transit, when data is in transit, it is in encrypted form.
Okay, that's why. Okay, that's what I. Okay. So how does it work? Basically.
Yeah, so we'll see that. Let him share it. I will start from there.
And Niranjan, can you send those commands which finally worked, because we struggled a lot, and I think we will keep that for our record, the
I will
Word
send that
document.
to you, and this error is because of NTP only. So what I will do, I will not delete this image. I will bring it up, and whatever I am doing, I will keep it. Okay, so
That's
that you
fine.
can see.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, here shared. Just give me 2 seconds. Good, the file. So now if you see, security actually, is related to 3-4 things. One is authentication. And authentication, we have seen how Kerberos actually helps us to, authenticate. And you have to apply authentication for different components, for Impala, for, for Uzi, for others. We have seen Cloudera Manager helping us in doing that, right? So you have configured KDC, and then we have tried integrating it there, right?
Yeah,
Now,
I think we
second,
all have a good idea now. Go ahead.
yeah, but I will be recording. I mean to say, I'll be putting the steps once I set today and debug what problem is there.
Sure.
So you will have the exact picture. Now, when it comes to encryption, right? Now, basic objective of encryption is what happens when your data is, is in transit or data is at rest, right? So you have encryptions which you can do at different levels. I mean to say, you can encrypt data in your operating system file system, right? You can encrypt data at network level, which you are looking for, right? Now, this encryption can be applied, and what happens here is it encrypts data just before it is sent across a network, right? And it is decrypted as soon as it is received. In other words, coverage of data sent from the client or user interface and service to service communication, for example, RPC or any other, right? This actually needs to be protected. And in order to protect this, we have been hearing about SSL, TSL and others, right? Right. So if you see, Cloudera Manager also supports these protocols, and there are various components, and it provides support to TSL and others to a particular level. I mean to say, you have to see reference documentation that what version of TLS or what version of SSL actually, it is supporting. So there are certain.
So Niranjan, sorry to disturb you. Niranjan, what can happen in absence of, if we don't encrypt data when data is, in transit or data? What can happen? How somebody can, harm us?
Now, this is something called as hacking, right? So networks are always, when your data is in transit, you will have certain
certain Trojans and others which are running in order to sense the data which is in transit. Once it gets data in transit, first thing it does is it checks for security level. If it finds that data is not encrypted, chances of hackers using that data becomes more prominent. If you are applying CSL encryption, then actually hackers' first objective will be to check at what level of encryption you have done, right? Which algorithm you are using. If algorithm is simple and depending on the timeline of the transit, during that particular period, your hacker will try to break it and try to retrieve the data. This is the reason why you would like to secure the data when it is in transit.
So what happens in normal databases? Like, people like, I will give you an example. I'm just trying to, understand why only Hadoop needs it, why not other application needs it.
No. Others also needs actually. See, when we talk about, database, now database is a fixed technology. I mean to say, they know what type of data it is. They can work with security mechanism. But when it comes to HDFS uses data from various sources, right? Database is more closed system as compared to HDFS, right? Because database you can have a layer of application server and you will not allow anyone, to know about database credentials and database things, On network you will not have data flowing from database. It is your application layer which actually, takes responsibility of securing it. You have to secure your database layer from your business logic or from your application tier. But when it comes to Hadoop, you are directly getting data which is being streamed from, sources like Twitter and other social media or from sensors, right? And they are probably, more prone to be hacked.
Forget about the social media and everything. Let's just concentrate on, the data we play here in our company. I'm trying to compare the scenarios. So one case I have my client data stored in a database, right? Other case I have my client data stored in HDFS. Okay. So if you just compare those two scenarios, then to my understanding is you don't need this thing. You don't need encryption and all that.
Yes, you don't need.
Because
you don't need. In case if you feel that your data is in transit or your data transfer is happening in a controlled environment, you don't need it. Encryption is not needed. But when you send data over network channel which is global, which is accessible to everyone like internet and others, then probably you have to think of protecting that data. Because it's not only hacking data, it's also corrupting data. Data can also be corrupted if it is not used.
Okay, go ahead.
It's just like Anand here.
Yeah, Anand.
It's just like HTTPS, right? And it's running on 443 port.
Yes.
So we have to create certification using some tools like key tools, right? In Java we will create creating the certificate and we will configure in HTTP.
Yes.
In the same concept you are applying over there, right?
Yes. So here you can say that instead of HTTP, you are applying your your TLS, that is transport level security, on HDFS.
Okay. Is there any tools available for this one? GUI kind of tools?
Yes, you can enable HDFS encryption by using Cloudera, Navigator trustee server, key trustee server, or you can generate keys by using key store, or which is provided to you by Java.
But in Hortonworks they are providing Apache Ranger. It's supporting it's a perimeter level security.
Yes, so you can say that what we are going to talk about here, that is implemented in Hortonworks by using Apache Ranger.
Okay, in Cloudera it's supporting or no?
No, Ranger is not there here.
Ranger is not there. So it is an open source tool, right? So we can integrate in Cloudera itself, right?
You can integrate, but when it comes to Cloudera Manager, it becomes difficult because Cloudera Manager is not aware about it.
Okay.
Hey, Mughal, just for your information, we installed Navigator trustee key in our POC environment. So in future we will use this.
Okay.
So that's what you have to do. You have to enable HDFS encryption, and for that, Cloudera has given you a tool called as Navigator Key Trusty Server.
Okay.
Right. So if you see, there are three levels. One is OS, second is network, and third is HDFS. Encryption that you can do. It is end to end, right? It means objective is to protect data when it is at rest and when it is in transit, right? It gives confidence to the user of your data, right? Whoever is your client and others, they will see that, okay, data, my insurance information is in transit or is at rest and it is secure because this is what is level of encryption which is being applied. Right? So typically, you'll be using combination of OS, network level and HDFS encryption. Right. Now, when it comes to TLS or SSL, it's certificate based, and he rightly pointed out that we do need certificates for it, right? But there are different strategies which can be used in order to, allow your cluster to use these, certificates. I mean to say, you need to acquire or you need to create, different certificates, and there are different strategies. Now, for example, you might have heard about, you say self-signed certificate.
Yes.
Right? And you might have heard about verisign.com and others which provides you, trusted certificates.
Yes.
Correct.
Right? So there are different type of certificates which actually can be used. Now, when you choose certificate, definitely you will keep in mind various provisioning, things like you'll keep in mind that this certificate are going to be applied or going to be enabled for all Hadoop services like Yard, MapReduce as a group.
Correct.
Now,
so here we are using server level certs. We don't use the services specific. We are using the server level certs, and they are self-signed certs.
Public certificates.
Yeah, public certificates. You're right. Let me just think. No, they're not public certificates.
They're private?
Yes, RSA. Forgot.
This is algorithm which we can generate using self-signed also.
Yeah, we are using self-signed certificates, but I forgot, is it public or private?
Okay. Now, are you using, this self-signed certificate and you are distributing your certificates or configuring all clients?
Yes, on all the servers, yes. So we have three types of keys everywhere. PEM.PEMFile, .keyfile.
Because if it is public certificate, then, it is there available and everyone can go and validate. So, in case of self-signed certificate only, you have to ensure that you are distributing or configuring all clients to trust the specific certificate.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. Let me check something. Yeah, go ahead. You can continue. I'll check something meanwhile.
Now, in case if you want to create a certificate, you can use various tools which are there. For example, you can use key tool which comes along with Java. You will have OpenSSL, right, which is Python based. So there are many tools actually which comes, and you can get certificate from commercial bodies also. So there are various ways in which you can acquire certificate, right? So if you are using Java, for example, in our cluster, you can connect to PuTTY. Using PuTTY, you can connect to the server where you have name node, and there we can use key tool in order to generate a certificate, right? So key tool can be used, and you can generate with different strategies. Now, for example, you can generate key pair, so where it creates public and private key pair, and it also creates a key store. Right.
That's what I think we are using. We are using trust to store, and it's like CM server ts.jks.
The command for that, so that you can create.
Okay.
If someone is already in, I can provide. So, I mean to say, someone is already sharing the screen. I'm not able to see Abhijit sharing screen, so anyways, I'll be writing it here. Just connect to Putty. Yeah. Now here you just write Java C once. Press enter.
No, small letters, small. Java C. Why Java C? You are using, you want to know compiler?
I want to say we are using key tool, right?
Yeah.
So that is if Java is installed, we'll get it.
Okay.
Just write here Hadoop version. I don't feel Hadoop is installed on this. Okay, just write Java C, give a space minus version.
Oh, okay.
It's under user Java JDK.
So you have to set the path actually, export and then path.
It is under user Java JDK
Java
and binary user Java. No. Tab it. Tab. Use under user Java. It will be list JDK. You just check ls for the JDK 1.6 or 1.7. I think it's an open. It is an open Java. This one Cloudera Java.
It is 1.7.
1.7.
ls under lib, I guess, lib ls, go to bin directory, back cd dot ls, key tool will be available. There is oil. /key tool.
What should I do?
Yeah, I'll just type the command, you just use that. That node1example.com is nothing but this is the CN. Huh? You can change it.
Niranjan?
Yeah.
This key tool is for mainly for Java, right? Suppose I want to configure secure on web HTTP, means I have to create OpenSSL certificate or some other.
Yes, you can use OpenSSL as well.
Okay.
It depends. Like there are many tools which OpenSSL is basically Python based.
Okay.
Right. So you can create a certificate here. If you see, there are different options. By using key tool, you can manage your keys. I mean to say, it can be used to generate a certificate. it can be used to import, it can be used to print the certificate content, right? It can be used to import the certificate, generate certificate from a certificate request. This is key pair, that is, it generates key pair certificate. So you can try any one of them. I've already written command there.
Yeah, I gave the command which we used to create.
Yeah, which one should I fire?
No, use the one which she's giving.
The first one?
Yeah, the first one.
Ensure that you are correcting it, right? Your IP and all you are correcting, CN and all. Anyways, you just specify the same CN, not a problem.
What should I do? Node 1, should I change it to this 54.149?
No, that is name. So that is the name of the key store. You can write as it is.
Anything? Or I'll keep it as it is?
As it is, keep, not a problem.
Okay.
Just try to run it. Now, if you already have a certificate, then you can go and you can use import. You need to have certificate. That is what is the objective.
This key tool, it comes by default with the RHEL, or we need to install it, or
it comes by default with Java.
Okay, so any Unix server or Linux will have it, but
Yeah,
on
wherever
Windows
you
you have
install Java, it will have it.
Yeah, but on Windows you have to install, right?
Yes. So you have key manager and various other tools.
Okay.
It's done.
So now if you see, as I told you that there are different ways in which you can create. We have created using key pair. You can also go and create, a CSR certificate, right? If you see current one here has generated RSA and key size is 2048. So it's a key which is using RSA algorithm, right? There are many other algorithms, and it is using 2048, as bit keys, right? And if you see here, this key is stored in a file. In our case, name of the file is, you say, node1 dot key store, right? This is what is name of the file.
Correct.
And you have already specified password, which protects this key store, right? So you are specifying the what is the, password, right? Similarly, it depends what type of key you want to create. If you already have got key from somewhere, you can go and you can import it, right?
Yeah, no, we create the keys. We don't get anywhere. Like we create the keys.
Yes. Now, after creating the key, you will be using the key store, because this is key store which contains the key, right? What is content of this key store? Content of this key store is, is to have private keys and certificates which are typically used over your TLS server to authenticate themselves, right? So files which contains private key is what is typically called as key store, right? Now you have concept of something called as trust store, right?
Correct.
You have key store, you have trust store. Now when we go and use the trust store, the file which is there in trust store will contain, trusted certificates, right? Which are from some certificate authorities, or which are trusted by, different servers, right? Here you don't have private keys in the trust store. They have what? They have certificates. Okay.
So keys are in the key store and certificates in the trust store. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
And what is needed to encrypt the data? Both?
No, it depends which one you are using. You can create key store where you are using private key concept in order to encrypt, or you are using certificates which are there in trust store.
We use both. So there is a path for the key store. There is a path for the trust store.
Just go to Java home. We are already in Java home, right? Instead of bin, you move to JRE. And in this lib, just see ls, you will have security. Do you have folder? You have a folder called security, right? Yes. Just do ls. Now, are you able to see here some trusted libraries? You have here CA cert.
Yeah.
You are able to see? CA certs. Here, blacklist is there and CA certs is there, right?
Yeah, CA certs is there, yes.
Right. Now, this file actually contains default, CA information, which comes along with JD.
Okay.
Right. Now, what you can do, you can create a alternate file, and you can specify wherever CA certificate is there. You can specify that. This is what is the content certificate.
Yeah, you can read it. You have to use a tool to read the
certificate.
Yeah.
Right. So, in case if you are buying some certificate, right, what you can do, you can go and you can make it available here.
Okay. So Niranjan, I'm trying to first, understand the concept. Okay, you have this trust store, you have this key store, right? And you have these key files and cert file on all the nodes on the cluster. Okay. You have your data. So how the data use these files to encrypt? Like suppose you run a Hive query and you want to basically say render the data on say Hive interface. How in this whole process you are encrypting and decrypting the data?
Okay. Now for that, what you have to do is, in order to encrypt and decrypt, as I told you that you will be using certificate or you will be using keys in key store, and this key store contains information about what algorithm and what is the strength which has to be used for algorithm to encrypt the data. Right. And when you go and configure in your Cloudera manager, you will go and you will enable SSL trust store property for different Cloudera manager services. Once you have enabled, from there onwards, whenever there will be request for data in transit, right, it will be something called as TLS call, right? Instead of HTTP, you go with HTTPS, where certificates are used in order to do mutual authentication, and when data is sent, it is sent in form of encrypted data, which is decrypted at other end. Whoever has the right public key, they can see the data. Same is the case here. You have to just go enable, and when communication starts, it ensures that it passes through these intermediaries, which takes responsibility of encrypting at one end and decrypting at other end.
Okay. So data code in terms of
one thing. Let's try deploying. Okay, let's try going and try to deploy it there, so that we can see the process.
And Niranjan, why we require these two files, local policy and US underscore export policy file?
Yeah, so this is actually Java came with lots of security support initially itself, and it supported various algorithms by default. And it provided that you can have policy-based security, right? So when I say java.policy, this is a file When you're running any Java program, you can say that run this Java program using Java policy. So in Java policies, for each user, you will have some privileges over resources, like whatever class files are there. Now when it comes to Java WS dot policy, this is for web services. Right, so different different policy files will be there for different articles.
Yeah, Niranjan, I'm sorry to disturb you again. So if a user, I'm just trying to understand this whole thing. So a user has access to a data node. Okay, this is how it works basically. Our say we apply TLS3 encryption.
Yeah.
Now he just run the command like hive and he runs select star from table A. Okay, he sees the data on his terminal. During this whole process, how the TLS encryption works? He is on a data node.
See, first of all, client is transparent from actually this encryption part, right? Now what you do is when you go and when you specify key store, or when you distribute these keys and enable capability of encryption, or you deploy key store for to be used by Cloudera manager, right? You have to go and you have to specify that when actually data is at rest, this is what is type of encryption that need to happen. So that we do when actually we configure it.
No, this is not data at rest. This is data in transit, because you're trying to read the data, right? From HDFS. No, so see, I see your point. Everything is, I'm just trying to understand this concept, because it's very confusing to me. We say we are encrypting it. During this whole process, how these certificates are getting used, how these key files are getting used, all the bottom line is my data should be encrypted. That's my bottom line, right? So when you run these queries, and everybody says security, okay, it's secure, it makes it say, okay, good, make it secure. But in this whole process, if I run a select star from table A, okay, how and when the data is getting encrypted and decrypted? Where are these certificates are getting used? Where are these key files getting used? What is the whole mechanism?
You say that you want to understand what happens inside.
Exactly, what happens? When the request goes to key store or trust store, when are all these concepts? Because what happens is, when we do these steps like, very mechanically, okay, this is the create the search, apply the search to the node, that's it, trust, you have applied. We never go into this detail like how our cluster is using it. At least I am unable to understand this whole thing.
Ajay?
Yeah.
Yeah, from my understanding, what SSL means, SSLs work on the top of the transport layer. It is maybe on TCP or UDP. For example, I am saying in HTTP protocol. Okay, in HTTP protocol, like HTTP and some, for example, HTTP Google.com, HTTPS Google.com.
No.
So
Mudil, I'm sorry, Mudil. Actually, that concept I know very well. That what you're trying to explain. HTTPS uses 443 port, which is a secure port, which uses certs. That part I get it completely. When we talk in Hadoop cluster, you are on a node running a query. You are not. How you are communicating with the data that time? You are not going over the internet. So there is a difference there, right?
Yeah. In Hive, what will means? For example, we are communicating through Hive data. Metastore using the IP and the port only. So in the transport layer, it is encryption. So if we can use some more talent in hacking, means we can easily break the transport layer. So they are giving security over the IP and the port.
Okay. Fine. So if you see, basically here, how it uses TSL internally. That is fine with everyone. That okay, if I want anyone to communicate with anyone, having handshake, ensuring that data is secure when there is when data is in transit, right? What we do is we go and we use certain mechanisms which we have seen where certificates are there, keys are there, and others are there. Now here question is how actually and when actually it encrypts the data and decrypts the data, right?
Yeah, so how actually the whole thing works? When is my trust store getting used? When is my key store getting used? When is my data getting encrypted? When is my data getting decrypted? Just in one transaction, how this whole thing is happening. That's what I'm trying to understand.
So it actually depends on certain factors. I mean to say, for example, if I talk about how internally it works, when we go with keys or when we go with communication between two different entities. Now, for example, you said that you have HDFS and you have Hive client, right? Hive client is sending some request to execute execute some query on data which is there on HDFS, and finally that HDFS outcome will come to whatever it returns is what will be read by the Hive client, right?
Correct. You're right.
So
yes. D-line.
What actually gets transferred here is data, right? So you want to understand that if I am creating trust between my Hive client and my server, right, where actually data is, because there are two parts of it. One is I'm submitting my query, so that execution submission will be query will be executed again on data store, right, where you will have Hive server running. And then you will have data which will come to the Hive client. So there are two parts of it. One is ensuring that there is trust which is built before actually they start communicating and transferring the data. Try to understand. It is two-way handshake. For example, Hive sends a request, right? Depending on symmetric or asymmetric key, there will be, first fact that will be established is that yes, you are the right client and I am the right server, right? This is done by using combination of private and public key, or in case if both keys are similar. Depends how actually you are managing the key. This is first part of it. Okay.
Okay. Trust is established.
Now what happens? Yeah. Now what happens once both are say okay? For example, client sends hello. He understands. Yes, I am the right server. He returns something. Client also validates. Now here trust is built between them, right? Now this particular step can be avoided by involving a third party who actually is the authority to issue, certificates. If you go with self-signed certificate, then both you have to manage. Now what happens once this particular negotiation is over, right? Then it starts a session, right?
Okay.
Now when it starts session, there is connect. I mean to say connection is established. Now before client or server puts data, it goes and checks what is the TLS encryption algorithm which has to be used. It encrypts that data there and then it transmits.
Okay.
Right. So first step is before message is transmitted, it will ensure that trust is established, reliability is ensured, and then when it goes and puts data, it will encrypt it. While encrypting, it will use the hash algorithm, which is specified by providing whether you want RSA or what type of key you want. Now once that data reaches at the destination, which can be server or again client, whoever is the consumer of that particular data, your certificate contains information that what is the key and what is the algorithm and how actually this has to be decrypted. Then it decrypts it. So whoever is the end user, they are actually not bothered about putting this extra task. It is between those two environments which actually wants to communicate with each other.
So this encryption happens at the packet level because data is transmitted in terms of data packet,
yes.
right?
Yes, it happens at packet level. That's what is transport layer, right?
So are you trying to say certificate is nothing but it will
So one second, Anil. Just one last question, Anil. So Niranjan, certificates are responsible to set up a two-way trust between the client and the server,
Yes.
correct?
Yes. Yes.
So what is that thing which encrypts the data packets? What exactly? Because certificates which are there in your trust store is responsible for basically, establishing the trust. Now, what is that thing which encrypts the data packet? That's not certificate. That's something else. What is that?
Yes. Now, if you see, when we talk about communication between two systems, right? As we know that we have Java. Right? Java contains those folders which we have seen in security, right? Now, Java, when we actually specify a key store, actually we keep there a key, right? Now, whatever server environment you are using, that server environment will be using a tool which will read that certificate, and using inputs which come from that certificate will encrypt the data.
Okay.
Right. This is the reason why in Cloudera you have seen it uses different ways or different things in order to actually do the
it is a
encryption.
3-level. Yeah, you change the TLS setting to 1, 2, or 3. Okay, I think it's good enough for me. Remaining I can Google myself actually.
Okay, so after creating the keys, next is we have to go and we have to configure our Cloudera. I mean to say our resources, so that you can distribute the key. Again, it depends whether it is symmetric or it is asymmetric key. Depending on symmetric or asymmetric key, depending on the tool, you will have a process that you have to follow in order to ensure that those keys are created, they are available, either they are imported or you created. It depends how actually you have done that. Right? So assume that what we want to do is we want to apply, you say, HDFS, encryption, right? I mean to say you want data encryption to be applied on HDFS, right? So HDFS
data in transit. Data in transit. So you don't want to apply data at rest. When you say you want to apply it HDFS,
no, that's what I'm saying. There are yes. You can apply on data on transit. You can apply on data at rest also.
Correct.
Encryption. You want data to be there in encrypted form, so that only clients who have the key can decrypt the data and can read it. Second is, you want the data to be encrypted when it is in transit.
Right.
So these two are different cases.
Right. We are using both the cases.
Yes. So now sometimes you are binded by policy, by governance. I mean to say SLA. Right. For example, in your insurance domain itself, you will have n number of SLAs where they will say, that this should be encrypted always. Now, for example, card payment history or healthcare. Healthcare need to follow HIPAA regulations.
Yeah.
Right. Similarly, when we talk about card payments, it should follow some kind of regulations. Right. So these are the governance policy. It's not performance. It is some policies which will, ask you to ensure that encryption is performed. Right. At application layer, right, and then you can encrypt and you have to keep it even in HDFS. Right. So what do you need? You need certain tools which can actually work and operate on encrypted data without changing the encryption. Right. You got me?
Yeah.
So you have encrypted files in HDFS. Now when you want to read it, you can consider reading the data without decrypting it there. Right. As per compliance, you have to go and you have to use. So for that, whoever is the communicating partner, they need to have key, so that once they have data, they can go and they can read the data, without any issues. I mean to say, they should be allowed, whoever is having the keys. Right. And
yeah, I got the basic idea actually. Yeah, I think I got the basic idea. I mean, I think you can move ahead with applying the TLS security, the whole process.
Yeah, now here comes your key management server, right, which is provided by Hadoop. So you have a service called as Hadoop Key Manager Server that needs to be added to a cluster so that you can store, manage, and access encryption keys.
We are doing it outside of Hadoop. We are not using Hadoop key management. So there may be multiple ways to do what you just said.
Yeah, so I mean to say key management, when we say it is to store, it's not constructing the key.
Right.
Right.
So
your Hadoop services would like to, use the key, right? Right. So you can say that whenever call is there, the call should be proxied so that your Hadoop can apply the right key in order to, give the data.
Okay.
So in Hadoop, your encryption and decryption will happen on KMS, that is Key Management Server.
Okay.
I mean to say your request will be proxied through KMS, that is Key Management Server. Right? And clients will ask your Key Management Server to decrypt the data.
Oh, so this is responsible for encryption and decryption. That's what
in case
you're
of Hadoop.
saying.
So similarly,
Okay.
different environments and architectures will have different tools that takes that responsibility.
Okay. So key tool is the tool which provides these certs and keys, whereas this KMS which you just mentioned is the thing of basically responsible to manage keys as well as encrypting and decrypting the data.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And where can I see this key management server? Is it there in Cloudera Manager also?
Yeah, we can configure there. We can install, key manager server.
Okay. How do we install? I mean, why I'm asking this question is I want to see in our cluster, do we have this or no?
Navigator is there with you? Because here we will not get Navigator.
Yeah, we have Navigator. I think it was disabled because the database was getting too large. Let me just check. I haven't logged in for a while. Okay. So Cloudera Navigator is there.
Okay. Let's see now.
So we have we have Navigator Metadata Server and we have Navigator Audit Server.
Okay. So these two are there, but these two are available only in paid one, not in free.
These are only available in one? I'm sorry?
Paid. I mean to say subscription.
Yes, yeah, paid. Yeah, we pay. Yeah, you're right.
So
what is?
Just go to we'll just try it out. Just go and try to get the services. Go to actions.
Okay. Okay, let me go to the Navigator Metadata Server first. Yeah, I see actions and no, there is nothing about that key management server. Let me go back to audit server.
Yeah, you can share your screen if you want.
Yeah, I can share. There is nothing about. Let me share my screen so that others can see. I'm going to retire after 10 minutes, right? So let me just share my screen. Okay.
I'll make you presenter.
Yeah, sure.
So we'll just have a 2 minutes. Meanwhile, he's sharing.
So this is our production cluster, and I am in Navigator Audit Server. I don't see anything about key management server.
Can you log into POC cluster, because we installed Navigator key trustee in POC.
Okay, give me the URL, Anil.
Yep, sure. In a moment.
You can give me a link. This is not POC?
Yeah, so that second one is the latest.
Oh, you gave me another one. Hold on. Okay. HTTP. So there is no certs you are using in POC environment. So you are using HTTP here actually. Anyway, so where you want me to go? Oh, this is okay. I see key trustee. I see. Okay, we don't have this in production. Okay. Okay, 1 second. But you are not using any kind of certs. You are not using any trust store or key store. Everything is blank, right? So how are you using this, Anil? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, so new POC is still in progress.
Okay, but the services are there. That's what you are saying. Okay. Maybe it's different how you are using POC. That's fine. So in production we are not using any KMS, the key trustee server or anything. So we manage out of Hadoop those keys. I create those keys. We create trust store. We create key store, and we distribute those files across the nodes, and then we configure it in by giving the path. Niranjan is still there? Okay. Okay, I'll stop sharing my screen now. So I think Abhijit, when Niranjan comes back, you can continue, and basically, one of the cluster can set up this TLS thing.
Okay.
Okay. I am going to log off now. It's 6 o'clock. I can't stay anymore. Okay.
Sure. Okay. Thanks,
Okay.
Ajay.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Bye.
Bye. Hey, Niranjan, you there?
Has left the meeting.
Niranjan?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, can we do the TLS thing?
Yeah, you can share. You are sharing your screen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you see?
Yeah, I can see. So now go to adding the services, right? Try to look for a service. Go to hosts.
What should I do?
Just see if you have the services there.
Yep.
In services, just see if you have KMS.
No, I can't see KMS.
Okay, just go to host parcels. We'll just try to install. Just see if you have key trustee is there, right? You have key trustee?
Yeah.
Right, so it is installed. So just install it if it is not downloaded. No? Activate it. Now download it.
It's done.
Yes. Now you can come and try to add service, right? I have done it using Navigator.
I still don't see key trust.
So what you do, just go to command prompt. Connect to command prompt. Now here, maximize it a bit so that we can see. Just install key trustee provider, key provider. Just write sudo and type the command.
Inside the server, right?
Yeah, on the server.
Okay.
Not here, I mean to say on the server box. You have to connect to the server box.
Yeah, I'm already connected.
Connected?
Yeah, can you see my screen?
No.
Yeah, can you see now?
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, what to do now?
Now after you have added, this component, I mean to say you have installed key trustee, you need to go and configure, right? So there are two ways. One is you can go and enable HDFS encryption using Wizard, and second is you can go with Cloudera Navigator key trustee server. That is what is there. But for that you have to install Cloudera server, key trustee server. So that can be done again by using certain repositories. So what I will suggest you to do is you just enable some packages which are there. I mean to say you have to install some packages, and you have to update your Cloudera repository as well, which will be dangerous if I do. Fine. So leave this. I will take care of this particular part where we are working with navigator key trustee server, right? I will ensure that I am doing one lab and I am making it available for you. What we do, we go to security. Just go to security, and here let's go with set up a GFS data at rest. Now here, if you see, it is giving you options that you can set up. The root trust for encryption key can be either you have here Cloudera navigator key trustee server who will manage it for you, or it can be file based Java key store, right? It is a file based password protected Java key store, right? So these are the two options that actually you can use. Now after selecting this, a new service called key management server must be added to the cluster. So we have to add key management server service to the cluster, right? Just go down. That is saying add KMS to enable setup. You go and click on first enable Kerberos, but again, if you enable, then problem. Enable TSL, strongly recommended. Don't go for that. Add Java key store. Yes, click on that. Select a host where you want this key management server to be. Select any one of them. Click on OK. Now click on continue. So it depends what type of TSL you are using. Now here, if you see, click continue to save the XML as a configuration path, or you can use your own XML. So just go for use recommendation. Give a user. Roles you can give as admin or something. So typically you'll be using this KMS this, okay. So this is what is the XML file which gets generated. You can customize this XML file where you maintain your authorizations and then set up TLS for Java key store KMS. Now here you have to specify key store file location. So you remember we have seen one key store file location under lib of JRE. That path you have to give. That's fine, let it be default. See if it continue works. Now what it does, it runs here. So if you see, it has added Java key store KMS service. Now you can have different. Now for example, you can, instead of going with Java, you can go with Cloudera navigator key trustee, right? You can go and you can use various other encryption techniques or providers which are there in market. Just follow the wizard and it will be done. So if you see, this part is completed. Now restart state service down. If you go, these are the steps. These are the steps. First you have to enable Kerberos, then you have to enable TSL SSL, right? Then you have to go and add key store. You have to go and restart services and redeploy client, and then you have to go and validate data encryption. These are some of the steps that you have to follow. So, we have done third one. Go to fourth one now. So you see, it might have made entries.
Should I restart?
Yeah, you restart and deploy client configuration. Yes, select that redeploy. Fine. This is what is fourth step. Now this step does what? It ensures that all services which were modified, there actually HDFS encryption will be enabled. That is executing command. Right, so everyone who will use your Cloudera, your HDFS where data is present, will be using the scheme which is set. Yeah, there is your copy.
So, Niranjan, I think after this we can call it a day.
Okay, and what I will do is I will put all this together in steps, right? And we'll see the outcome so that you'll know how end-to-end encryption is happening. I'll trace the log files also.
Okay. And so for tomorrow, I think we should be covering the topics, understanding the logs and troubleshooting the
Resource
logs.
pooling.
Yeah, resource pooling, the log analysis, and I think Impala. Anil, do you have any other topics that you want to cover tomorrow? Tomorrow is the last day.
We need to cover Sentry.
Yeah.
Yeah, what in Sentry, Ganesh? What specifically what we want to cover in Sentry?
So we have that in the document that we had.
Yeah, it's there.
Okay. Anything else, Anil? So we are going to cover Impala, log analysis, Sentry, resource pooling. Anything else?
Now, if it is started, then go to fifth step. That fifth step actually will launch, instructions. How actually you can create encryption zones. How, to put data and then to verify that HDFS encryption is enabled and it is working. That is what is objective of fifth step. You see, this is what you will be creating SU HDFS command line. All this has to be done at command line.
Okay.
Right. So problem may be because we have not specified, if we have not generated the key right or something. But this step will help you to validate that yes, encryption is working on your HDFS.
Okay.
Fine. Anyway, I will combine these two, and which will start from from Kerberos till encryption, all put together, both security schemes. Then you have Impala, you have resource pooling, you have log file analysis, and some common troubles which actually we face. Like one of them we have faced, which is Simtron 15, right?
Are we covering Impala also?
Yes, I told Impala.
Okay. Ganesh, anything else that comes to your mind which is remaining to be covered? Anil, are you there? Anil?
I think what Ajay was talking about Gazang.
That is part of this one, right? So where Gazang
Yeah.
picture, that I will take it up.
Okay. Otherwise, only Sentry is I think the main thing that we need to cover up.
Okay.
All right, then I think Niranjan will call it a day then today.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
All right. Thanks.
So Niranjan, the documents the PDF that you have for the installing Kerberos and all that, you will be sharing with us today, or?
I'll send a mail. I'll share it.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, everyone.